They thought the river only took the foolish. But this time, it chose her. Every 7 years, under the silver glow of the moonlit tides, the kingdom of Duma gathers by the forbidden river Okoala. There, 4 maidens are chosen. One becomes queen. The rest are never the same. This year, among the chosen was Neema, the weaver's daughter with fire in her eyes and a birthmark she was told to hide. The elders called it cursed. The other girls laughed behind her back. But Neema was tired of shame. Tired of silence. Tired of being forgotten. So, she made a deal. Not with the gods who dwell in daylight, but with something ancient. Something cold. Something coiled beneath the riverbed, waiting. What happened next would enchant a prince, drain the life from innocent girls, and awaken a banished serpent god. It would pit one maiden's hunger for love against another's duty to truth, and drown an entire kingdom in whispers. They thought she only wanted a crown. But what Neema carried in her belly was a god trying to be born. This is the story of how one cursed maiden broke the sacred laws of the river, and how her choice would haunt the waters of Duma for generations. Before we dive deeper into this epic tale, we'd love to know, where are you watching from? Tell us in the comments. And if you love high-stakes fantasy filled with mermaids, magic, love, and sacrifice, don't just watch, be part of our adventure. Like this video, share it with someone who loves powerful stories, and hit that subscribe button. Because tomorrow, we've got an extra special story lined up for you, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. Long ago, before even the oldest trees in Duma were young, the people knew the river had a spirit. The Okoala River was not like other rivers. It did not sleep at night. It whispered. It shimmered. It breathed. Don't go near the river after sunset, the elders would warn. That is when the mermaids come out. They don't like to be disturbed. And yet, every 7 years, the whole kingdom gathered at the very same river to celebrate the festival of the moonlit tides. Why? Because of an ancient promise. A long time ago, the mermaids of Okoala made a pact with the royal family. If the people respected the river and honored its spirits, the mermaids would protect the kingdom from drought and sickness. In return, every 7 years, the prince would come to the river and choose a bride among 4 maidens. The chosen girl would become a princess. But the others, sometimes they were never seen again. Some believed the river took them. Others whispered that the mermaids had their own reasons. In the heart of Duma stood the great talking drum tower. Made of red clay and painted with white ash, the tower rose high above the houses like a termite mound kissed by the sky. That was where the drummers played each moonrise to call the kingdom to gather. On this day, the drumbeat was louder than ever. Dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum. The sound rolled through the villages like thunder over hills. Children stopped chasing goats. Women left their cassava fires. Men tied red cloth around their heads and lifted wooden stools to carry to the river. The festival had begun. In a small village called Elu, not far from the edge of the great banana forest, a little girl tugged at her mother's wrapper. "Mama, is it true the prince will marry one of the 4 girls tonight?" she asked. Her mother, who was frying bean cakes over a fire, smiled. "Yes, child. It is true." "Will he marry Neema?" the girl asked again, licking honey from her fingers. The mother paused. She looked toward the road where Neema had passed earlier that morning, carrying a basket of fresh cloth. "We do not speak her name too loudly," the mother said softly. "Why?" the girl asked. "She's so beautiful." "She is different," the mother said, lowering her voice. "She carries the mark of the river. That is not a thing to boast about." The girl looked confused. "But Papa says the river is good." "The river is powerful," the mother replied. "Power can be dangerous if you don't respect it." Down the road, at the village square, 4 young women stood before the elders. Each had been chosen through old customs, dreams, and signs from the river. The people believed the river spirits whispered names to the oldest seer during her sleep. These were the chosen. Sia, daughter of the war chief. Tall, proud, with a jaw as sharp as a cutlass. She walked like a lioness and spoke like a drum. Amara, the drummer's niece. Light-footed, quick-tongued, with a laugh that could calm a baby or call rain from the sky. Eman, daughter of the healer. Quiet, gentle, with hands that healed both wounds and broken hearts. She had once nursed a wounded dove back to flight. And then there was Naima. She arrived last, wearing a simple white wrapper with her mother's finest blue cloth draped across her shoulders. Her skin was the color of wet clay, her eyes dark like roasted kola nuts. She was not the tallest. She was not the loudest. But when she stepped forward, silence followed her like a shadow. Even the wind seemed to stop. The head elder, Baba Fari, stood up. He was so old his beard touched his knees and his back bent like a banana stem after heavy rain. He carried the staff of waters, carved from sacred Aragu wood. He tapped it once on the ground. Tap. All gather, he said in a voice that still boomed like thunder. The people sat. Chickens were hushed. Children sat on their mothers' laps. This is the 7th year, Baba Fari said, since the last choosing. The river waits. The prince watches. The spirits listen. He turned to the 4 maidens. You walk with blessing, he told them. But also with burden. He paused. Not all who are chosen for joy. The crowd murmured, but the drummers stayed silent. Naima looked down at her feet. At the edge of the crowd, Prince Toma stood under a tall palm tree. His robe was red like sunset. Around his neck hung the lion tooth of his father, passed down by kings for 100 years. His eyes did not leave Naima. He leaned toward his advisor. Who is that girl? That is Naima, the weaver's daughter, the advisor said. She is marked. The prince raised one eyebrow. What kind of mark? The advisor hesitated. They say she was touched by the river at birth. That she was born during the night tide when the moon turned blue. The prince said nothing. But his gaze stayed fixed. Later, the drums began again. The 4 maidens danced before the crowd. Each girl stepped into the circle, raising dust with their feet and lifting their arms to the sky. The music spoke for them. Sia danced like a warrior, fierce, sharp, proud. Amara danced like wind, fast, light, free. Eman danced like water, calm, flowing, full of peace. Naima danced last. She moved like someone remembering a song from a dream. Slow. Soft. Deep. When she twirled, her white wrapper lifted, and the mark on her shoulder caught the moonlight. It shimmered. And once again, the crowd fell silent. From the river, a faint song began. It was not sung by anyone on land. It was the mermaids. Their voices floated like smoke, high and low, soft and sharp, singing in a language no one truly understood. The sound wrapped around the crowd like mist from the river. And the river itself began to glow. That night, as the festival fires danced and the people sang, the prince's mind was already made. But far beneath the river, something else was waiting. Something ancient. Something hungry. The sun was high above the palm trees. It was the day after the moon festival drums first rolled through the land, and Naima sat quietly behind her mother's weaving hut in the village of Elu. The scent of drying raffia, palm oil, and old clay hung in the air like a tired scarf. Goats bleated in the distance. Chickens scratched at the red earth near the yam barn. But Naima's world was quiet. Too quiet. She was not weaving like she usually did. The loom sat untouched beside her, the threads hanging loose like forgotten dreams. Naima's fingers rested on her lap. Her long braids were tied back with a faded blue ribbon. Her shoulders were bare, and on one of them, bold, black, and curved like a serpent, was her mark. She didn't try to cover it anymore. What was the use? Naima, her mother called from inside the hut, "Are you just sitting there again?" "I am thinking," Naima replied softly. Her mother stepped out, carrying a long strip of indigo-dyed cloth. Her face was strong, lined with years of sun and smoke. Her hands were the hands of a woman who had fed a family with her fingers, not magic. Thinking will not bring the cloth to life, she said, sitting beside her daughter. Why are you not helping me today? Naima looked away. The whole village is whispering again. Let them whisper, her mother said firmly. They will always whisper when they see something they fear. Or something they do not understand. Naima frowned. They say I am cursed. That the river spirits marked me. That I will bring trouble if the prince chooses me. Her mother sighed. And what do you believe? Naima didn't answer. Her mother leaned closer. Come. Look at your shoulder. Naima rolled her eyes but allowed her mother to guide her hand to a polished calabash bowl filled with water. She looked at her reflection. The mark was there. A dark spiral, thick and curved, almost like a coiled snake resting under her skin. But now, when the sun touched it, it shimmered faintly. Almost like silver. Do you know what I see? Her mother asked. A curse, Naima said bitterly. I see a doorway, her mother said gently. A doorway between what is and what could be. Naima blinked. What does that mean? I don't know, her mother admitted with a soft chuckle. But the old woman who helped bring you into this world said it. I never forgot. Naima was silent. She picked up a stick and poked the dirt. Later that day, Naima walked to the village well. She carried a calabash bowl on her head and wore a faded wrapper around her waist. She kept her eyes forward, but the whispers floated all around her like buzzing flies. Naima's mark glowed under the moon last night. Did you see the prince? He couldn't stop looking at her. She must have used a charm. Maybe even juju. I heard her father was once a water spirit in disguise. Naima felt her ears burning. She walked faster, but the whispers followed her. At the well, she met Eman. Eman was one of the 4 chosen maidens too. She was filling her own calabash with water, humming a soft tune to herself. Her smile was kind, but there was always something sad behind her eyes. Naima hesitated. Then she stepped forward. Eman, she said. Eman turned. Naima. You came to fetch water too? Naima nodded. They stood in silence for a while as the buckets dipped into the deep, echoing hole. Then Eman spoke. They are talking again, aren't they? Naima gave a small laugh. They never stop. Eman looked at her with gentle eyes. You don't deserve it. Naima shrugged. Maybe I do. Maybe there is something wrong with me. Why would you say that? Because everything I do turns strange. My hair grows too fast. I can hear things before people say them. And when I was 10, I dreamed of fire, then the chief's hut burned the next morning. Eman stared. That doesn't mean you're cursed. Naima looked at her. Your sister was chosen 7 years ago, wasn't she? Eman nodded slowly. Noma. She danced just like I did. She had the same glow. And then she disappeared, Eman said quietly. They both stared into the well. Naima whispered, Do you think the river took her? Eman didn't answer. But Naima saw her eyes fill with tears. That night, Naima could not sleep. She lay on her mat beside her mother, listening to the soft hiss of wine through the palm leaves. Somewhere, a night bird called. Somewhere, a hyena laughed. But deeper than that, she heard something else. A whisper. It came not from the trees, but from within. Naima. She sat up, heart pounding. The whisper came again, like silk sliding over her skin. They fear you because you are more. She looked around. Nothing but shadows. Do you wish to be seen? Do you wish to shine brighter than all? Naima swallowed. Who are you? I am the one who hears the forgotten. I am the shadow beneath the water. I am the god they buried. Naima stood, barefoot on the cool mud floor. I'm dreaming, she whispered. No. You are awakening. Then the whisper was gone. But her mark was warm. And her heart was filled with both fear and longing. The night before the prince was to choose his bride, Naima could not sleep. Again. She had tossed and turned for hours, listening to her mother's gentle breathing. The mat felt hot. The walls felt close. Her skin tingled, and her heart would not rest. Outside, the village had gone quiet. Even the frogs by the stream were silent. Only the night breeze moved, slow and heavy like a tired dancer. Naima stood up. She tied her wrapper, slipped on her beaded anklet, and walked out of the hut without a word. The Okawala River lay just beyond the forest edge. It was not far, maybe 15 minutes if you walked slowly. But at night, the path felt different. Every tree had eyes. Every rustle sounded like breath. Naima moved quickly, bare feet brushing the cool earth. The moon was full, a pale white ball in the sky, and it lit her way like a lantern held by an unseen hand. "Why am I doing this?" she whispered. But her feet did not stop. Something inside her was pulling her forward. Not fear. Not exactly. It was something like hunger, or thirst, or hope. Soon, she reached the river. The Okawala glowed in the moonlight. It did not roar or rush like other rivers. It whispered. Its waters moved smooth and dark like silk, curling over smooth stones, hiding secrets beneath its surface. Naima stepped to the edge. She looked into the water. Her reflection stared back. Her dark eyes. Her long braids. Her mark. She whispered, "Is this who I am?" And the river answered. Naima. Her name rose from the water like smoke. She stumbled backward. Who is that?" The water rippled. Then something began to rise. First, a shadow. Then a coil. Thick. Black. Wet. Then a head, long, smooth, with golden eyes that burned like fireflies in darkness. A snake. No, not a snake. A serpent. Huge. It rose from the water until its head was taller than the tallest man, and its voice, when it spoke again, shook the ground beneath her feet. "You called. I came." Naima's mouth opened, but no sound came. She fell to her knees, eyes wide. The serpent moved closer, gliding over the water like it was made of smoke. "Do not be afraid. I am not here to harm you." "What are you?" she whispered. "I am Aragu," the serpent said, voice deep like thunder in a cave. "I was once worshipped before your people forgot. Before the river daughters banished me. Before they sang me into sleep." "You live in the river?" she asked. "No," he said. "I live beneath it. Beneath the songs. Beneath the shells. Beneath the bones of those they took." Naima trembled. "Why are you speaking to me?" Aragu leaned closer. The air grew colder. "Because you called me. You asked to be seen. And I have watched you, Naima. You walk with sadness in your shadow. You carry the mark of the old ones. You belong to a world they pretend no longer exists." Naima swallowed hard. Her voice was dry. "What do you want?" "I want to help you." She blinked. "Help me." "The prince will not choose you without my gift," Aragu said. "But if you take my charm, his heart will belong to you alone. He will love no other. He will kneel before you like a servant before his queen." Naima's chest burned. The thought of the prince, his smile, his eyes, the way he had looked at her during the dance, filled her like a warm fire. But her voice shook. "What must I do?" Aragu's golden eyes flashed. "You must give me one night. One night to share your body. One night for me to pass through you. And in return, I shall give you a charm the river cannot break." Naima's skin turned to goosebumps. "One night," she repeated. "Only one. But the price will come slowly." She stepped back. "What price?" "You will lose your womb." No child will ever grow within you. You will lose your sleep. Nightmares will walk beside you. And when your heart grows tired, your soul will be mine. Naima felt her knees grow weak. No womb. No sleep. No soul. She should have run. She should have screamed. She should have turned and gone back to her mother's hut. But instead, she stood tall. She looked Aragu in the eye. And she said, "I accept." Aragu smiled. The river turned darker. He opened his mouth, not with teeth, but with light. Silver light that wrapped around Naima's body like cold chains. It lifted her into the air. Her eyes rolled back. Her breath stopped. She floated over the river, then sank beneath it. Down. 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 The water did not choke her. It welcomed her. She drifted past sleeping fish, past sunken drums, past bones buried in the riverbed. And there, in a cave of smooth black stone, Aragu waited. She lay upon a rock bed. The stone was warm beneath her back. Her wrapper floated away like smoke. Aragu wrapped himself around her. Not cruel. Not kind. Just ancient. His touch was cold and hot at once. His voice entered her bones. "You are my vessel now. My mark is yours. My power flows through you." Naima did not cry. She did not speak. She let it happen. And when it was over, she opened her eyes and glowed. When she woke, she was lying at the riverbank. The sky was turning orange. Birds were beginning to sing. Her wrapper was back around her body. Her hair lay wet around her shoulders. She sat up slowly. Her mark had changed. It shimmered like fish scales. It pulsed like a heartbeat. A second mark now glowed on her stomach, small and blue like a moon. Naima touched it. She felt different. Lighter and heavier at the same time. She stood. She looked at the river one last time. It was still. Silent. No sign of Aragu. No whisper. No glow. But deep within, she knew he was watching. She turned and walked back to the village. Tonight was the choosing. And she would shine. When Naima walked back into Elu, the sun had barely climbed over the hills, but already, the village was awake. Roosters called. Children chased each other with palm fronds. Women were sweeping their compounds with short, stiff brooms, and fires cracked as breakfast cassava bubbled in clay pots. But when the villagers saw Naima, everything paused. Someone dropped a bowl. A baby stopped crying. Even the wind seemed to hush. She walked slowly, her steps light and smooth as if she was gliding. Her wrapper clung to her body, still wet from the river, but it shimmered in the light like it had been soaked in stars. Her birthmark glowed. It no longer looked like a dark stain. It looked like something sacred. The curved pattern moved faintly beneath her skin, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. And below her navel, a second mark had appeared, smaller, round, and blue like the river under moonlight. Her hair flowed behind her in long black braids that now sparkled like they had been woven with silver threads. People watched in silence. Whispers came quickly. "She's glowing. Did she go to the river, alone? Was she touched by a spirit?" Naima didn't stop walking. She didn't look left or right. She went straight to her mother's hut. Her mother, Mama Keiji, was outside plucking leaves from a bitter leaf stem. Her back was turned. She hadn't noticed Naima arrive. "Mama," Naima said softly. Mama Keiji turned. She gasped. Her hand flew to her chest. The leaves fell from her lap. "Naima," she whispered. What happened to you?" Naima smiled gently. "I am ready for the choosing." Her mother stared at her daughter. Her skin was too smooth. Her eyes too bright. The river had done something. "Naima, what did you do?" Mama Keiji asked. Naima touched her mother's hand. I did what I had to do. Mama Keiji's voice trembled. You went to the river. Didn't you? Naima didn't answer. She didn't need to. Her mother looked into her daughter's face, and saw a stranger staring back. That evening, the maidens were called to the palace courtyard to prepare for the choosing ceremony. Drums had already begun. The royal dancers oiled their skin and tied red sashes around their waists. The sky turned gold as the sun began its slow fall. Naima arrived last. Again, all eyes turned. She wore the same cloth as before, a simple white wrapper with blue and gold trim, but now, she looked like she had stepped out of a dream. Her skin glowed. Her eyes shimmered. And when she walked, the air itself seemed to follow her. The other maidens stared. Sia, the war chief's daughter, frowned. What is she pretending to be? A river goddess? Amara, the playful one, narrowed her eyes. She wasn't shining like that yesterday. Eman said nothing. But her heart pounded. She looked closely at Naima's shoulder. She remembered that same glow. Her sister, Noma, had it too. 7 years ago, on the morning of the choosing, Noma had walked into the village with strange light in her eyes, just like Naima now. And 3 nights later, Noma was gone. Vanished. Without a sound. Without a trace. Just like the river had swallowed her. Inside the royal hut, Prince Toma stood with his advisor, Kondo. The prince wore a leopard skin cape over his red wrapper and held a carved staff in his hand. He looked through the narrow window at the gathering crowd. He was calm, but his mind was full. Kondo said, "You must choose tonight, my prince." The people wait. "I know," Toma said. "But your eyes," Kondo added, "have been resting on the same girl." The prince turned. Naima. "Yes. She is strange," the prince said. "She is powerful," Kondo replied. "She walks like a secret." "I feel drawn to her," the prince admitted. "When I look at her, my heart feels like it is pulling toward her chest. Like a string is tied between us." Kondo's face darkened. "Be careful, my prince," he said quietly. "The river is not always kind to those it favors." Back outside, the maidens were being prepared by the elder women. Each girl sat on a low stool. Their bodies were rubbed with shea butter mixed with blue chalk. Their hands and feet were painted with red camwood. Their hair was threaded into tall, elegant crowns. But when the women reached Naima, their hands trembled. One old woman leaned close to her and whispered, "What did you give the river, child?" Naima turned slowly. And smiled. "I gave it what it asked." The old woman said no more. She simply backed away, and made the sign of protection with her fingers. Later, as the drums grew louder and the moon climbed into the sky, the maidens were led in a line to the sacred circle near the palace gate. People from all over the kingdom had come to watch. Children sat on Father's shoulders. Elders leaned on staffs. The air smelled of burning palm oil, cola nuts, and fear. Naima took her place. The crowd gasped. Even the mermaid's song began to rise faintly from the river, though the river was far away. That had never happened before. Beside her, Eman whispered, "Naima, are you sure this is the path you want?" Naima turned, her eyes soft. "I want to be chosen. Even if it means something must be lost." Eman asked. Naima didn't reply. Her mark glowed blue. The moon had fully risen. It sat in the sky like a giant calabash, round and glowing white. Its light poured down onto the palace courtyard, making the ground look silver and the trees look like shadows in a dream. The drums began again, slow, deep, and steady. Dum, dum. Dum, dum. 4 maidens stepped forward. One by one, they entered the sacred circle, where the earth had been swept clean and marked with white ash. A fire burned in the center, and beside it stood the prince, his face calm but his eyes wide with something he didn't fully understand. The people watched with sharp eyes. Some held their breath. The sacred choosing had begun. Sia was the first to step into the circle. She lifted her chin proudly, her braided crown tall like a warrior's helmet. Her cloth was gold and red, tied tightly around her waist. Her arms were strong, and she moved with power in every step. When she raised her hands and danced, her feet stamped like thunder. Her movements were sharp, like a hawk diving through the sky. The crowd cheered. Strong Sia, daughter of the lion. She will lead like a queen. But the prince only smiled politely. His eyes kept flicking toward the back of the line. Next came Amara, playful and sweet, known for her laughter and her voice. She wore white beads in her hair and carried a flute in her hand. She didn't dance like a storm. She danced like the breeze, light, fast, joyful. She blew her flute once, and it made the birds in the trees sing back. The crowd laughed. Even the elders smiled. She has a kind heart, someone said. She will bring music to the palace. She is rain after a dry season. But still, the prince did not move. He clapped once, out of respect. Then turned his head again. Eman walked slowly. Her cloth was green like healing herbs, and around her neck she wore her sister's old necklace, small cowrie shells tied with black string. She did not smile. Her dance was soft, gentle, like water finding its way through rocks. She touched the earth with her hands. She closed her eyes as she moved. And as she turned slowly in her final step, she whispered, barely loud enough for the wind to hear. Sister, if you are near, guide me. For a moment, the air grew cold. Even the fire flickered. And the prince looked at her, really looked at her. But then, Naima stepped into the circle. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Naima's glow had grown stronger. Her mark shimmered in the moonlight, her skin smooth as polished stone. Her eyes, black, deep, endless, caught every light and held it. Even her breath seemed slower, more graceful, as if the air bowed before it left her lips. As she moved, the air followed. Leaves lifted from the ground. Dust spun gently around her feet like a private wind. Her arms flowed like river currents. She danced, not like a human, but like something that had once lived in the deep. The mermaid song rose again from the river, though the river was far. Even the flames in the center fire grew taller, reaching toward her. People stared with open mouths. On his high seat, the prince did not blink. His fingers clutched the arms of his carved stool. His heart beat fast, too fast. He felt, pulled. Like someone had tied an invisible string from his chest to hers. His mouth felt dry. His legs ached to move forward. He whispered to himself, "What is this?" Behind him, his advisor Kondo leaned in. "My prince," he said carefully, "are you well?" Toma nodded slowly. But inside, his thoughts were spinning. This is not love, he thought. But I cannot look away. In the crowd, Mama Keiji, Naima's mother, watched with a face full of worry. She is too bright, she whispered to herself. Too bright. Beside her, two elders crossed themselves with shaking fingers. One muttered, "That girl is not dancing alone." And near the back, a goat suddenly cried and fainted. No one noticed. Except one person. Eman. Eman stared hard at Naima. Her heart thudded. "She's not moving like us," she whispered. "She's floating." She looked at the fire. It leaned toward Naima. She looked at the dust. It swirled only beneath Naima's feet. Then she looked at the prince. And saw that his lips were moving, but no words were coming out. Eman's hands clenched. She's using something. Something from the river. At the end of the dance, all four maidens stood in a line. Sweat on their skin. Hearts in their throats. And the prince stepped forward. Slowly. His eyes never left Naima. He held a carved gourd filled with sacred palm oil. Whoever he anointed with the oil would become the chosen one, his bride. He walked past Sia. Past Amara. Past Eman. He stopped before Naima. He raised the gourd and poured. The oil ran down her forehead, down her nose, across her lips, onto her glowing shoulder. The mark shimmered. The crowd exploded with sound. Cheers. Claps. Singing. But not everyone cheered. Sia turned away, fists clenched. Amara wept quietly, her flute tucked under her arm. Eman stared with burning eyes. She's not chosen, she said under her breath. She's bound. And somewhere, far beyond the crowd, the river fell silent. Then, for just a second, it whispered. The vessel breathes. The festival ended with dancing, drums, and the smell of roasted goat. But not everyone danced. And not every drumbeat was joyful. In the grand palace of Duma, the moon hung high and round. Its soft light poured through carved wooden windows and shimmered across polished floors. But inside Naima's new chamber, bigger than any house she had ever seen, the air was strangely cold. Naima sat alone, her legs crossed beneath her. She wore fine cloth now, soft blue silk that rustled like river water when she moved. Her hands, once rough from weaving, now looked too smooth, too perfect. But she was not smiling. Not anymore. She touched her forehead where the prince's oil had been poured. It still burned. Not like fire, but like something was crawling under her skin. She stood and went to the mirror made from polished bronze. Her reflection shimmered. Her face looked brighter. Too bright. Her mark now pulsed like it had a heartbeat of its own. And her eyes. They were darker than night. I should be happy, she whispered. I won. I'm chosen. Her voice cracked. But why do I feel hollow? The wind moved outside her window, but the trees made no sound. The courtyard below, where laughter had filled the night, was now silent. Too silent. She turned from the mirror. And then, she heard it. A hiss. It came from beneath the floor. Low and deep. A soft voice followed, curling through the walls like smoke. My bride. You are mine. Naima froze. Her lips trembled. Aragu, she whispered. She bent down and pressed her hand to the floor. It was wet. The voice came again, softer this time. The price begins. Suddenly, her belly twisted. She cried out and dropped to her knees. Pain shot through her body like a serpent biting from inside. She clutched her stomach. Her breath came fast. Her eyes rolled back for a moment. And in her mind, she saw water, dark, endless water. A coiled figure waiting at the bottom. Its eyes glowing. Its mouth full of teeth. Its voice like thunder in the bones. You belong to me now. Far from the palace, in the small hut of the herbalist, Eman could not sleep. She sat by her mother's fire, grinding herbs with a stone. But her mind was not on the herbs. It was on Naima. And the way the fire had bent toward her during the dance. She is touched by something, Eman whispered. And it's not love. Her mother, old Mama Na, looked up from stirring a pot. You are thinking too hard again, child. No, Eman said. I feel it in my bones. Something is wrong. The river, it's too quiet. Mama Na tilted her head. It is the dry season. Rivers fall silent sometimes. No, Mama. Not like this. Eman's eyes burned with worry. Ever since the choosing, it feels like the trees are listening. Like the shadows hold their breath. Mama Na sighed. She put down her spoon and sat beside her daughter. You think it is like your sister, she said gently. Eman nodded. Naya danced in the festival too. And then she vanished. Everyone said she ran away. She was never found, Mama Na said. No one could explain it. I think she went into the river, Eman whispered. Mama Na's hand trembled. They sat in silence. Then Eman said, I want to go back to the river. I want to speak with the old woman, the one who sells calabashes near the rocks. The river hag. Mama Na looked alarmed. People say she hears voices from the deep. Then she may know something. Back in the palace, Prince Toma lay in his royal bed, but sleep would not come. His heart beat too loud. His chest felt tight. He kept seeing Na'ima's face. Not her beauty. Her eyes. They had looked through him, like they belonged to someone else. Am I in love? He asked the night air. But no answer came. He rolled over and shut his eyes. But as soon as he did, he saw the river again. Black. Deep. And something moving inside it. Something watching him. Waiting. In Na'ima's chamber, she sat by her water bowl, her body shaking. Her hands no longer felt like her own. She reached into the water and saw her reflection, but it wasn't hers. The face blinked too slow. The eyes glowed faintly. And the mouth whispered, "You are the door." She screamed. And all the lamps in her room went out at once. The next morning in the village of Duma, the sun rose heavy and red, like an omen. Clouds drifted slow and thick, and birds flew low as if afraid of the sky. Eman wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped out of her mother's hut before the first drumbeat of dawn. She carried a small satchel, dried bitter leaf, white chalk, and a broken gourd that once belonged to her sister, Naya. Mama now watched her from the doorway, worry etched deep into her eyes. "You go to the river hag?" she asked, voice low. "Yes, Mama," Eman replied. "I must." Mama Na looked at the cloudy sky, then back at her daughter. "Don't ask too many questions," she warned. "The river hag answers in riddles. And not all riddles want solving." Eman gave a small smile and kissed her mother's hand. "I will be careful." The road to the river was quiet. Too quiet. Usually, children chased each other with palm fronds and old men told tales on the path. But today, even the insects kept to the shadows. Eman walked fast. Her feet knew the way, though she had only visited the river hag once before, long ago, holding Naya's hand. They had giggled that day, both of them daring each other to speak to the old woman with the crooked back and the strange eyes. But Naya was gone now. And Eman did not giggle. The river Okoala shimmered ahead, curling like a silver snake between green hills. Its banks were littered with stones shaped like skulls and broken clay pots. Old river offerings. And sitting on a flat rock by the water, peeling cassava with a bone knife, was the river hag. Her name was Mama Eid. Her back was bent like a question mark, her skin the color of roasted yam, and her eyes were cloudy white, as if the river itself had looked into them and left behind its secrets. She did not look up when Eman approached. "I knew you would come," Mama Eid said. Eman blinked. "You did. You carry grief like a scarf," the old woman said. "And grief always finds its way to me." Eman stepped closer, cautious. "I seek truth. About my sister. About the maiden chosen last night." The river hag chuckled softly. "Two girls. Two rivers. One serpent," she muttered. "What do you mean?" Eman asked. Mama Eid finally looked up. Her milky eyes were sharp despite the fog in them. "Sit, child." Eman sat cross-legged on the ground before her. The river hag threw cassava peels into the water and watched the ripples. "Long ago," she began, "before Duma was a kingdom, this land belonged to the water spirits. Mermaids with eyes like stars. They ruled the river, and it sang for them. But one spirit was not like the others. He was born of earth and mud, not song and light. His name was Aragu." Eman felt a chill. "The serpent," she whispered. Mama Eid nodded. "He desired power over both land and river. He offered secrets in exchange for worship. Some men bowed to him. Some maidens danced for him. But the river queens grew angry. They banished him into the deep trench beneath the Okoala. There, he waits. Eman leaned forward. Naima, has she made a pact with him? The river hag's fingers twitched. She has. And more than that, she has become his vessel. Eman's mouth fell open. What does that mean? The river hag's voice lowered. Even the trees leaned in to listen. A vessel is not a wife. A vessel is a doorway. Aragu sleeps inside her now. He feeds on her. He grows stronger with each heartbeat. If he wakes fully. The wind picked up. He will rise. Eman clutched her satchel. Can she be saved? Mama Eid reached into a basket and pulled out a small stone bowl. She crushed kola nut and sprinkled chalk powder into it, then stirred it with her finger. The water inside turned cloudy. She is no longer fully Naima. But her soul has not yet drowned. Then there is hope. Eman asked, eyes wide. The hag said nothing. Then, slowly, she reached into a sack and pulled out a strange object, a carved comb of black wood, shaped like a fish with sharp teeth. Take this, she said. This comb belongs to the mermaids. If you place it under her pillow, she will dream of her true self. But be warned. Eman leaned forward. The serpent may dream too. Eman took the comb with trembling hands. How will I get close enough to use it? She asked. Mama Eid smiled, all gaps and gums. You are a healer. The palace will call you soon. The prince's heart is sick. The maiden's body weakens. They will ask for help. The clouds above them cracked with distant thunder. Mama Eid's voice dropped to a whisper. When the river begins to whisper your name, child, do not answer too quickly. Some rivers do not forget. Eman stood slowly, her hands clutched around the comb. Her heart beat faster. Thank you, she said. But the river hag was already peeling more cassava, as if nothing had happened. Eman turned to leave. Eman, Mama Eid called suddenly. She looked back. Tell your mother, the old woman said, that Naya danced well, before the river took her. Then she said no more. That night, Eman sat under the stars, staring at the comb in her hand. It was warm, though the air was cold. She whispered to the night, Naima. I will find your soul. I promise. But deep in the forest, at the edge of the river, something stirred. And far beneath the water, in the trench where light cannot reach, something opened one glowing eye. The morning after the festival of the moonlit tides, the royal palace of Duma, usually alive with the sound of warriors chanting and servants sweeping the tiled paths, fell eerily silent. The drums did not beat. The gates did not open. Even the birds in the palace garden chirped with caution. Prince Zubri had not left his chamber since moonrise. In the inner courtyard, Elder Euro, the king's trusted advisor, paced with heavy feet. His long gray beard swayed with each step, and his bronze staff tapped nervously against the red clay tiles. We must summon a healer, he said, staring into the sky as though looking for an answer in the clouds. Chief Toba, the palace guard commander, crossed his arms. We've already called the herbalist from Itumo. He gave the prince bitter cola and goat blood to drink. Nothing worked. Then call someone else, Euro said, his voice strained. The prince's eyes no longer follow the sun. And the chosen maiden, Naima, sleeps like she's drunk with spirits. A third voice, softer and steadier, broke in. It was Queen Agil, standing at the doorway with her wrapper tied tightly around her. Her face was calm, but her fingers twisted her coral beads nervously. Send for Eman, she said. The healer girl. Her mother cured my sister's womb years ago. And the girl, she has the eyes of one who listens to the wind. The men bowed. Bring her quickly. That afternoon, Eman sat outside her mother's hut grinding herbs when the palace guards arrived. Their cloaks were golden, their faces blank as masks. One of them stepped forward. Eman, daughter of Na the widow, the queen requests your presence. Mama Na gasped from the doorway. What happened? Eman asked, rising. The prince is ill, the guard said. And the maiden Neema, too. Eman's heart thudded. I will come. She tucked the mermaid's comb deep inside her satchel, hidden between dried shea bark and cowrie shells. Mama Na grabbed her daughter's hand before she could go. Eman, she whispered, do not let your heart outrun your head. This sickness, it smells of the old river stories. Eman nodded. I know. And with that, she followed the guards to the palace. The palace of Duma. Eman had never stepped so deep into the king's home. The walls were painted with lion hunts and moon dances, the air thick with the scent of incense and perfume. A maid led her through the hall of carved elephants to the prince's chamber. The moment she entered, the hair on her arms rose. The room was too cold. Too still. Prince Zubri lay on a bed of lion hide, his eyes half closed, skin pale, sweat glistening like river dew. Beside him, Neema sat on a stool, her back straight, her face like stone. Eman swallowed. Your Highness, she said softly. The prince did not answer. Queen Ajil stood at the window, watching. He won't eat, she said. He mutters strange things in his sleep. He calls a name that doesn't belong to him. Sometimes he speaks in a voice that sounds like a whisper through stones. Eman stepped forward, her satchel clutched tightly. She knelt beside the prince and touched his forehead. It was burning, yet his skin was cold. Like water trying to become fire. He is trapped, she murmured. Trapped by what? The queen asked. Eman looked at Neema. The maiden's skin glowed too perfectly. Her eyes were deep, too deep, like they hid something behind them. She did not blink. Eman reached into her bag. I must prepare herbs, she said. Please give me space. The queen nodded, and the servants left, though reluctantly. Only Eman and Neema remained. For a long moment, Eman sat silent. Then she turned to Neema. You don't sleep, do you? She asked. Neema smiled faintly, but it wasn't warm. It was the kind of smile a mask might wear. I dream without closing my eyes, she said softly. Of what? Of fire beneath water. Of teeth in the dark. Of a throne made of bones and river reeds. Eman's heart thudded harder. She turned quickly and pretended to rummage through her satchel. Her fingers found the black comb, the mermaid's gift. She glanced at Neema, then at the prince. He moaned faintly, muttering something in a strange tongue. Eman whispered, Forgive me, sister, and quietly slid the comb beneath Neema's pillow. The air shifted. Neema blinked suddenly and placed a hand to her head. Her eyes fluttered. I feel. She didn't finish. She slumped slightly on the stool, her head bowing forward. Her body trembled as if caught in wind. Eman stood, alert. It was working. The comb was pulling the veil between Neema and her trapped soul. But then, Neema gasped. Her back arched. Her eyes flew open, glowing faintly like river stones under moonlight. Who dares touch the doorway? A deep voice echoed, not from Neema's mouth, but through the walls themselves. Eman stumbled back. Neema's hands lifted slowly, as if possessed. Her lips moved, but the voice that came out was not hers. Do not seek to wake her. She is mine. Eman clenched her fists. You will not take her, she shouted. But the voice laughed. She opened the gate. She bathed in the trench. She let me in. Now, she is my vessel. Eman reached into her satchel again and threw chalk dust into the air. It swirled like smoke, forming a ring of protection. The light in Neema's eyes flickered. For a moment, just a moment, Neema looked at Eman. Really looked. Help me, she whispered. Then her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the bed beside the prince. Silence fell. Queen Ajil and the guards rushed in at the sound. What happened? The queen cried. Eman stood firm, though her legs trembled. They will sleep, she said. But they are not cured yet. The queen touched the prince's cheek. His breath had steadied. Naima stirred but did not wake. Eman looked out the window. The sun was beginning to set, turning the sky gold and crimson. A whisper rode the wind, brushing her ear like a cold breath. "Come to the water." She shivered. The river was calling. The moon had risen again, heavy and swollen with silver light, casting its glow across the royal rooftops. Inside the prince's chamber, both Naima and Zubri lay in silence, their chests rising and falling like slow waves. But within their minds, a different world stirred. Naima was no longer in the palace. She was dreaming, though not like any dream she'd known. She was walking barefoot along a narrow path that floated above a river of stars. Each step left ripples of light behind her. The air smelled of wet earth, palm oil, and the distant hum of songs sung before time began. Ahead, the path split into three. One path was made of woven reeds, old, soft, and bending. The second was dark stone, smooth and cold like river pebbles. The third shimmered like water itself, but with no bottom. Naima stood still, unsure. Then a voice, low and quiet, spoke behind her. "Choose carefully, child of clay and curse." She turned, and standing there was a figure wrapped in blue mist. It had the body of a woman but the face of a fish, eyes round and shining. Naima whispered, "Are you a mermaid?" The creature tilted its head. "Some call us that. Others call us keepers. But I am Ayamuni, mother of the dreaming river." Naima's heart beat fast. "Where am I?" Ayamuni stepped forward, mist trailing behind her like cloth. "You are in the space between skin and soul. Between truth and tale. Where all cursed things come to remember." Naima looked down at her own hands. They shimmered, transparent. "Why am I here?" The mermaid's eyes narrowed. "Because you made a pact with one who should never have been awoken. And now, he seeks to make you more than just a bride. He wants to live again, through your body." Naima's throat tightened. "I just wanted to be seen," she whispered. "I was tired of being the shadow. I didn't ask to become this." The mermaid's voice grew sharp. "Ah. But you did ask. You stepped into the sacred river. You called Aragu by name. You gave him your breath, your blood, your womb." Naima backed away. "I didn't know." "No one ever does," Ayamuni said, softer now. "That is why we tried to keep his name forgotten. That is why the river used to sing to drown out his whispers. But now, your pact has opened the old gate." Naima looked down the three paths. "Can I undo it?" "Perhaps," said the mermaid. "But not without cost." "Then tell me what to do." Ayamuni pointed to the path made of reeds. "Walk the first path. It is your memory. If you can face what you gave up, you may find the key." Naima stepped forward. The moment her foot touched the reed path, the world melted. She stood in her father's weaving hut. It was hot. The air thick with dust from the cotton thread. Her father's hands moved swiftly across the loom, but his face was tight. "You will never marry a prince with that mark," he said, not looking at her. Naima, a child of 9, stood near the doorway, her small hands clutching a pot of dye. "But I can weave faster than anyone," she whispered. Her father slammed the shuttle down. "Beauty, Naima. A girl must be seen. Not just heard. Not just skilled. You are clever, but your face will not win you favor." The child Naima turned away, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. The real Naima, watching from the dreaming path, winced. The memory blurred. Now she stood again on the banks of Okawala, the night of the festival of moonlit tides. She remembered now the hush of the trees, the way the water glowed silver. She had stood alone in a sheer white wrapper, ankle-deep in the water, holding a gourd of goat's blood and ash. And then she had whispered, "Aragu, serpent who sees through silence. I call you." The river had trembled. She had closed her eyes and felt something rise from the depths. scales brushing against her calves, a breath against her neck. "Do you offer yourself?" the voice had asked. "Yes," she had whispered. "I offer all." The thing had laughed. "Then I will make them see you, Neema of the Forgotten. I will make you burn like starlight." And then, the river had swallowed her whole. Neema fell to her knees, gasping. Ayamuni hovered nearby. "You see now," the mermaid said. "You were not tricked. You were desperate." Neema bowed her head. "Then, is it too late?" The mermaid looked into the dark river path, the third one. "No. But your soul now has a crack. And through it, Aragu grows." Neema stood slowly. "What if I seal the crack?" "That is what the girl Eman seeks to do," Ayamuni said. "She walks in both worlds. Her sister, too, was once claimed. She knows the scent of the cursed." Neema's voice trembled. "Will she kill me?" The mermaid looked sad. "She may try." Neema's hands balled into fists. "Then I must find another way. If I can walk the third path, Aragu's path, can I meet him on his own ground?" The mermaid's eyes widened. "Few survive it. It is madness. I have no choice." Neema stepped toward the water-like path. With one last breath, she said, "I will find the root of this curse. Even if it means drowning in the river of spirits." And then, she stepped forward. The world turned black. When Neema opened her eyes, she was no longer walking on stars. She was falling. Endlessly. Through ink-black water. Through a place where the light did not reach and the silence pressed heavy on her ears like stones. She flailed, breath catching in her throat, but there was no air. No surface. Only depth. Then, slowly, her fall began to slow. Her feet touched something solid, cold, slick, and pulsing beneath her toes. The world around her was a cavern. Massive. Wet. Breathing. It was not made of rock. It was made of scale. Walls of scale. A ceiling of shifting bone. The floor a tongue of dark stone. And from the far end of the chamber, something stirred. Something ancient. Something watching. A voice slithered from the shadows. "Ah, my bride returns." Neema stood her ground. Aragu. From the darkness, the serpent god slid into view. He was vast, his long body coiled and glistening like oil under the moon. His head was human-shaped but wrong, stretched like a mask, with golden eyes that glowed and lips that never blinked. Atop his head, a crown of rusted fish bones. Around his neck, strings of teeth, some small, some unmistakably human. He smiled, rows of jagged fangs glistening. "You walk my realm without invitation," he said, slithering closer. Neema's voice trembled, but she stood tall. "I came to speak. You came to beg." He chuckled, a low, thunderous sound. "But I will listen, my beautiful vessel." "I am not your vessel," Neema snapped. "I want out. I want my soul returned. I want to be free." Aragu tilted his head, amused. "Free? My darling little reed, we made a pact. You called. I answered. You opened your body, your blood, your breath. In return, I gave you what you asked: beauty, power, desire." Neema's fists clenched. "I didn't ask to lose myself." The serpent circled her slowly, his massive tail dragging behind, scarring the floor. "Do you think power comes cheap? I fed you river light. I wrapped your voice in honey. I bent a prince's heart. Did you not relish their stares? Their envy? Their worship?" Neema looked away. "I did, at first. Then why now, child? Why seek to run?" She looked into his eyes, tears forming. "Because I'm empty inside. I can't sleep. I can't dream. I feel like I'm watching myself from far away. Like my skin doesn't fit anymore." The serpent hissed softly. That is my growing. What? Your body is a shell, dear Naima. A clay pot. And I am pouring myself into it. Slowly. Gently. By the final moonrise, I will wake again, with your face. With your feet. I will dance among mortals, and they will never know. Naima's breath caught in her chest. You said you'd make me shine. Not steal me. The serpent's face twisted. And you believed a god speaks truth. He let out a rattling laugh, echoing through the cavern. Naima stepped back. Then I'll stop you. I'll break the pact. Aragu's body tightened, coiling high around her. Break the pact. His voice now thundered, shaking the walls. You are deep inside me now. Your soul is stitched to my own. You could no more unmake us than a bird could fly back into its egg. Naima's lips trembled. There must be a way. The serpent stilled. One, he said slowly. There is one way. She looked up. Tell me. His eyes narrowed. You must find the first gift. The very first gift you gave to me. Before the blood. Before the charm. Before you even knew my name. Naima blinked. What gift? The serpent grinned wide. Find it, and you may yet crack the bond. Fail, and you will wake in the world with my soul behind your eyes. He coiled once more, now fading into shadow. Tick, tock, Naima, moonrise is not far. And with that, the floor beneath her vanished. Naima fell again, this time with a scream. Village of Bateau, Eman's hut. Meanwhile, far above, Eman crouched by her fire. The beads in her hair clinked gently as she pounded a mixture of herbs in her wooden bowl. Zanu, her goat, stood nearby, chewing noisily. Zanu, Eman whispered, the dreams are growing darker. She took a sip of the bitter brew she had prepared, clay root, serpent skin, and a touch of cola. Her eyes fluttered shut. And then, she saw Naima. Falling. Screaming. The image was sharp, as if her spirit were standing in the very air above the sleeping maiden. Eman gasped and fell back. She's inside it now, she muttered. Too deep. From outside, an old voice called. Eman. You in there? She opened the door. It was Mama Yaya, the village spirit teller. Bent and gray, with a staff made of crocodile jawbone. Eman bowed quickly. Mama. Yaya stepped in, her eyes dark as river clay. The curse is waking. The fish in the river are dying. The moon won't rise full. Something old stirs, child. I've seen it, Eman whispered. I think Naima is more than just a girl. She's holding something terrible. Mama Yaya nodded slowly. She is a gate. What do I do? The old woman placed a bony hand on her head. You must enter the river. You must follow her dream path. But how? Through the tears of a mother. The first one who mourned for her. Eman blinked. My mother is gone. Mama Yaya looked deep into her. Then find the one who cried for you. The one who still cries. Eman's heart thudded. Her sister. Zula. She had drowned long ago. The river had taken her. Her body had never been found. Eman's breath hitched. Then I'll find her. She grabbed her calabash, tied her wrapper tight, and kissed her goat on the nose. Zanu, watch the hut. The goat sneezed. And Eman walked into the night, toward the river that never forgot. The river at night was a different thing. By day, the river Okawala was a place of songs, fishing canoes, laughter, and children with slippery legs who splashed in its arms. But by night, it became a throat. A deep one. One that whispered, swallowed, and remembered. Eman stood at the riverbank, holding a gourd filled with river chalk and her sister's old comb. It was carved from ivory-colored wood, shaped like a crescent moon, and its teeth were broken from years of use. She had kept it in a box made of tortoiseshell, hidden away, untouched. Now it trembled in her hands, as if remembering its owner's ghost. The air was still. Even the crickets dared not sing. Eman looked up at the moon. It was thin tonight, like a blade. She knelt beside the river and drew 3 white lines across her chest with the chalk. One for herself. One for Neema. And one for Zula, the sister who never came home. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Great river, I come not with pride. I come not with power. I come with a broken heart and the name of one you took. She placed the comb on the water. Zula. If you still walk in the river's dream, come to me. The river accepted the comb. It drifted gently for a moment, spinning in a slow circle. Then it sank. Not fast. Not rough. It simply dipped below, as if someone below had plucked it. Eman waited. Wind brushed her face. The moon flickered. Then she saw it. A shape in the water. At first, it looked like nothing, just the glimmer of a fish. Then it rose higher. And she realized it was hair. Dark, wet, floating like seaweed. Then a face. Pale. Familiar. Her breath caught. Zula. The water parted, and her sister emerged, not walking, not swimming, just rising. Her eyes were closed. Her lips were blue. And yet, she was whole. Wearing the same red wrapper she had vanished in. Anklets of cowrie clinked at her feet. Then her eyes opened. They were not human anymore. Eman, Zula said. Her voice sounded like 2 voices speaking at once, one soft, one echoing from under the water. Eman's lips trembled. You died. We never found your body. Zula floated closer, feet just above the water's surface. I became memory. The river is a womb for souls lost too young. Tears filled Eman's eyes. Why you? Why did it take you? Zula didn't answer immediately. Then she whispered, because I saw him. Aragu. Zula nodded. I was bathing. He came in the form of a handsome boy. He smiled. He spoke sweet words. And when I leaned close, he kissed me. Eman's heart pounded. I thought it was love. But when I opened my eyes, his face was gone. Only fangs remained. Her voice cracked. He dragged me under. I screamed, but water filled my throat. My soul never left. I became part of this place. Eman reached toward her. I want to bring you back. I want to fix this. Zula shook her head slowly. No, sister. You cannot save me. But you can stop him. Eman's eyes burned. Tell me how. Zula looked up toward the distant hills. There is a cave, deep beyond the northern trees, where the river begins. A shrine older than time. That is where Aragu first slithered into the world. That is where his true name is carved. His name. Zula nodded. Gods cannot be broken with fists or fire. They must be called by their first names, the names they were given by the sky, before they took other forms. Eman's breath caught. If I find it, I can stop him. If you speak his name under moonlight, Zula said, you can bind him. But beware, sister. Names are powerful, and he knows you seek it now. Eman swallowed. What must I do first? Zula pointed into the dark water. You must pass through the river gate. You must walk the memory of his first birth. Only then will the path to the shrine open to you. Eman nodded slowly. Then she looked at her sister's hand. It was still pale. Still blue. But she took it. Their fingers met, and in that moment, Eman felt everything. The cold of drowning. The terror of being pulled. The silence of being forgotten. And the small, flickering light of memory that had kept Zula afloat beneath the waves all these years. I will finish this, Eman whispered. Zula leaned close. You have one moon. No more. Then, without warning, the river split beneath them. A circle of light opened on the water, glowing blue, like a giant eye. Zula pointed. The gate opens. Walk, sister. Eman stepped forward. As her foot touched the glowing water, it did not feel wet. It felt like mist and flame at once. It did not drag her under. It invited her. She looked back one last time. Zula was already fading. "Thank you," Eman whispered. Then she stepped through the gate and vanished. It was not water on the other side. It was a memory. Eman stood on dry land, beneath a sky that moved like ink. The trees around her swayed with no wind. The ground shimmered like snake scales. The air was heavy, full of whispers. Everywhere she stepped, the world responded. She had entered the first river, the place where time began, where Aragu's first form had slithered from mud to shadow. She touched her chest. "I carry the tears of a sister." A voice whispered from the trees. "Then you may pass." Eman walked forward, toward the beginning. Toward the truth. The world Eman stepped into did not feel like a place, it felt like a memory wrapped in silence. There was no wind, no sky, no sound, only the endless hush of waterless air. Around her, the trees were strange. Their roots curled like the limbs of sleeping giants, and their leaves shimmered with colors she had no name for. The ground was soft beneath her bare feet. Not muddy. Not dry. Just warm, like flesh. With every step, it pulsed faintly, as though the land itself had a heartbeat. Eman touched a tree trunk. It felt like smooth skin. "What is this place?" she whispered. A voice answered, not with words, but in her bones. "You walk the memory of the river." Startled, Eman spun around. A figure stood behind her. It was not human. It had no face, only a mask carved from bark, with one eye open and one shut. Its limbs were long and thin, and its skin rippled like water. A crown of reeds grew from its head. "Who are you?" Eman asked. The figure bowed. "I am the keeper of the first mud. I remember what no others dare." Eman's heart pounded. "Then you know of Aragu." The keeper's closed eye opened. "Aragu is a wound that learned to speak." Eman's brows furrowed. "What does that mean?" The keeper did not answer directly. Instead, it turned and beckoned. "Come. The river's memory must show you." They walked. The forest parted before them, trees sliding out of the way without sound. The world grew darker. Not like night, but like a dream slipping into shadow. They reached a clearing. And there, at the center, was a pool. Shallow. Still. The surface reflected nothing. "This is where it began," the keeper said. Eman stepped close. "Look into the pool. Not with your eyes. With your sorrow." Eman closed her eyes. She thought of Zula. Of Naima. Of the cursed songs. Of the river's whisper that echoed even when she slept. And then the pool moved. It did not ripple. It opened, like an eyelid. And the memory began. There was a time before humans came to Duma. A time when the river had no name. The land was ruled by spirits, great and small. Spirits of thunder, spirits of wind, and spirits of water. Among them was one named Alu, a river goddess with 7 children. She was vast, beautiful, and worshipped by crocodiles and fish alike. Her children were born of foam and starlight, each one a guardian of the river's flow. But one day, while Alu was asleep beneath the moon, something fell from the sky. A shard. A black thing. Not stone. Not spirit. Something other. It landed in the mud. And the mud around it twitched. From it, something began to grow. At first, it had no name. No mouth. Just hunger. It drank from the river's womb. It sucked in the memories of frogs, of reeds, of fish. It shaped itself into what it ate. And when it finally rose, it had taken the shape of a serpent, but with the eyes of a man. The river spirits called it Aragu, which meant, he who was not born. They feared him. But he smiled. He told Alu he had come to learn. He offered her flattery, songs, and gifts of strange power. Her youngest daughter, a playful spirit named Nene, fell in love with him. Against Alu's warnings, Nene danced with Aragu under the moonlight. She shared her spirit with him. And on the 7th night, she vanished. Aragu smiled. She lives in me now, he said. And that was when Alu understood what he truly was, not a god, not a child. A parasite. He had no spirit of his own. He needed hosts. He fed on wombs, on names, on love given freely. She tried to banish him. But he laughed. You cannot cast away what has no root. The river turned dark for 7 days. When it cleared, 3 of her children were missing. And Aragu had vanished. Only his name remained, carved in the oldest tree, hidden deep where no mortal would find it. The spirits locked the place away. They cursed Aragu's name to never be spoken again. But the curse was forgotten over time. And now, he had found a new vessel. Eman gasped. She stumbled back from the pool, her heart thundering. That's what he is, she whispered. A spirit that was never born. The keeper nodded solemnly. He must feed to stay whole. Without a host, he dissolves into dream. And now he wants Naima. No. He wants to be reborn. Through Naima, he will walk again, not as a shadow, but as a god. Eman clenched her fists. Then I must find his true name. The one carved on that ancient tree. The keeper's eyes closed. Then you must pass the trial of silence. Eman tilted her head. What is that? The keeper turned, gesturing to a path that had appeared behind the trees. It led into a cave shaped like a jaw, its entrance ringed with snake bones. To reach the name, you must enter without speaking, without thinking of fear, without calling your own name. Eman shivered. If I fail, you will become part of the mud. She took a breath. I'm not afraid. The keeper stepped aside. Then go. And remember, Aragu waits for no one. Eman stepped toward the cave. Its walls pulsed. Its breath was warm. She stepped inside, into the trial of silence. Eman stepped into the cave. It was not dark. Not in the way she expected. The walls were alive, pulsing with a soft green glow like fireflies trapped under skin. The ceiling stretched high, then narrowed suddenly, forming a jagged mouth of stone that scraped her shoulders as she walked. She took one last breath before stepping through the threshold. And with that breath, sound vanished. No echo. No footsteps. Not even her heartbeat. Silence dropped like a heavy cloak. She moved forward carefully. One hand on the cave wall. The other holding the wooden charm her grandmother had once given her, shaped like a gourd with 3 tiny cowries tied around it. It was not magic. But it reminded her of who she was. Who she must remain. And still, the cave whispered with voices not heard, but felt. It started as a soft tug behind her ears. Like someone standing just behind her. Breathing. She turned. No one. But the cave had changed. The walls behind her were gone. The path back, the one she had just walked, had melted into fog. She was trapped. Fear gripped her belly. You are alone, said a voice in her head. It wasn't hers. It was Aragu's. Slick. Cold. But gentle, like a snake coiling under a mat. Alone like your sister was. She screamed for you, Eman. She begged you to follow. But you stayed. Eman's lips trembled, but she did not speak. The cave pulsed. The walls suddenly rippled like water, and from them emerged the image of Zula. Her sister's face was pale and wet, her eyes wide with sorrow. Why didn't you come? Zula asked, her voice silent, her mouth moving like a puppet's. Eman pressed her back against the wall. I miss you, she thought. I loved you. She reached for Zula. But her fingers touched nothing. Just mist. Zula dissolved into smoke. She is part of me now, Aragu whispered in her skull. Naima will be next. And then you. Eman closed her eyes. I will not fear, she thought. Fear feeds you. And just like that, the fog cracked. A sliver of light appeared on the wall ahead. The path continued. She walked again, though her knees shook. The cave opened into a wide chamber filled with soft golden light. And there, at the center, sat the most beautiful figure she had ever seen. Not man. Not God. Something in between. The figure had deep brown skin that shimmered like polished bronze. Hair of braided night. Eyes that saw everything and judged nothing. He sat cross-legged, smiling gently. I can take your pain, he said, not with sound, but with warmth that filled her chest. Give me your sorrow, and I will give you rest. Eman blinked. I am so tired, she thought. Tired of chasing ghosts. Tired of trying to be brave. Tired of fighting shadows no one else could see. The figure opened his arms. She took one step forward. Then another. He smiled wider. You were never meant to carry this alone, he whispered into her bones. Come. Sleep. Forget. She raised her hand toward him. But the wooden charm in her other palm pulsed. The gourd. The cowries. The memory of her grandmother's fingers tying it onto her wrist. Eman stopped. No, she thought. I want to remember. Even the pain. The golden figure blinked, and his face began to crack. His skin peeled, revealing something wet and scaly underneath. He let out a soundless hiss. Then he vanished. And the path cleared again. She reached a narrow corridor. At its end stood a mirror. Just one. Old. Cracked. Its frame made of bone. She stepped toward it. Inside, she saw herself. But not as she was now. This version of Eman wore rich beads. Her hair was wrapped in silk. Her neck gleamed with gold coils. Her arms bore ivory bangles. She looked powerful. Royal. But her eyes were empty. Say your name, the mirror self-mouthed. Eman opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She had forgotten. In the silence, her name had slipped. The cave waited. Say your name, the image repeated. If you can't name yourself, you belong to him. Eman gritted her teeth. Her fingers clenched the charm. And then she remembered. It was the eve of her naming. She was just a baby in a woven sling. Her mother whispered to the river. Let her be named for strength, not sorrow. Let her name be a song no curse can drown. Then came her grandmother, who placed cowries in her tiny hand and said, This name will protect you, Eman. The one who remembers. I am Eman, she thought. And with that, her voice returned. I am Eman, she shouted. I remember. The mirror shattered. The cave trembled. And in the silence that followed, a single path opened. A tunnel of white stone. At its end, a single tree, gnarled, ancient, glowing with a soft blue light. Its bark was carved with names. One of them pulsed like a heartbeat. She stepped close and touched it. The name was not made of letters. It was a feeling, cold, wet, endless. Aragu. And beside it, a single line. To break him, speak the name backward beneath the moon of forgetting. Eman blinked. The moon of forgetting. A voice behind her spoke. The final moonrise of the festival of moonlit tides. When all eyes are blind with song. She turned. The keeper of first mud had returned. You have passed the trial, it said. Now you know how to stop him. Eman nodded. But what if Naima has become him already? The keeper's eye closed. Then you must be the blade. Eman's eyes darkened. I will do what must be done. And with that, the cave opened behind her, revealing the world above once more. The festival was coming. And the final moon would soon rise. The festival drums had begun. Far above the whispering caves and silent truths, the kingdom of Duma sparkled with color, music, and movement. The great festival of the moonlit tides had reached its final day, the day when the warrior prince would choose his bride. The villagers gathered like ants drawn to sweet fruit. They wore shimmering wrappers and coral beads. Women painted their faces with white clay and dyed their fingernails with indigo. Children danced in circles, throwing flower petals at the sky. All around the palace of shells, the people sang of joy. But beneath the joy, something was wrong. Something off. Naima stood before the royal mirror in the Hall of Brides. She should have been happy. Her face was the picture of beauty, soft golden skin, high cheeks that seemed carved from honeyed marble, eyes dark as stormy water. Her hair fell like a black river down her back, and around her neck hung a delicate charm shaped like a coiled serpent. The same serpent that now lived inside her dreams. But Naima did not smile. She pressed a hand to her stomach. It was hollow. Cold. Still. Her womb no longer sang with the pulse of life. Her soul no longer dreamed of sleep. And yet, she was more beautiful than ever. The palace maids gasped each time they saw her. Naima is not a girl anymore, they whispered. She's a goddess. Naima watched her reflection. No, she whispered softly to herself. I am not. Behind her, the royal matron, Mother Dada, bustled in. Naima, the prince awaits you in the garden. You must join the other maidens. Naima turned. Her voice sounded far away. Where is Eman? Mother Dada frowned. The healer girl. She has not returned. Perhaps she left in shame. Or in warning, Naima murmured. Mother Dada didn't hear. She clapped her hands. Come. The prince must see your grace before moonrise. Prince Abadil stood under the whispering fig tree, surrounded by drums and dancers. He wore his ceremonial leopard skin sash and carried a carved staff shaped like the river god's horn. But his face was tired. Pale. Hollow. Beside him stood the other two maidens, Amara, the singer, and Ketu, the dancer. But when Naima entered the garden, they stepped back. Because the prince's eyes lit up. It was not joy. It was hunger. His hands trembled. He dropped his staff. Naima walked toward him, her step slow, graceful. Her wrapper shimmered like fish scales in moonlight. The air thickened. Even the drums softened. My prince, she said, bowing low. Prince Abadil reached for her face, but his hand shook. I feel, he whispered. Every time I see you, I forget who I was before. Naima's eyes flashed. That is the charm. His face twisted. Charm. She hesitated. Her lips parted. But a sharp pain pulsed in her chest. Aragu stirred. Say nothing, the voice hissed from inside her ribs. You are mine now. She bit her tongue. The prince leaned closer, his breath hot on her cheek. Naima. Tonight, I choose. Her heart skipped. Not in joy. In warning. As the sun sank and the moon climbed, the people marched toward the river. They held lanterns made of gourd shells. They sang songs to the spirits of the water. The priests burned herbs and scattered red feathers on the path. At the edge of the Okawala, the river glistened like silver skin. Its surface was calm. Too calm. The mermaids watched from the deep. They had been waiting. One of them, Akuya, the eldest, whispered, Tonight, the vessel blooms. But the healer walks in shadow. Another mermaid, Nene, pointed to the trees. There. Look. Eman had returned. She wore a blue wrapper like the royal handmaidens and had rubbed river clay into her cheeks to mask her scent. No one recognized her. Not yet. She stood among the crowd, her eyes locked on Naima. Her friend stood on the wooden platform beside the prince, glowing like a jewel. But Eman could see the cracks, her lips too red, her eyes too wide, her body too still. Naima was not herself. Or rather, Naima was no longer alone. Eman whispered to herself, repeating the spell she had learned in the cave without names. Aragu. Uguri. Guri you. She needed to say the name backward beneath the moon of forgetting. But when was that? A voice answered behind her. The forgetting comes when all dance without question. Eman turned. The keeper of First Mud stood beside her in the form of an old woman, carrying a basket of kola nuts. You must speak the name at the height of the prince's choice. When all eyes are blind. When all mouths sing. Eman nodded. And what of Naima? The keeper's face was solemn. If she has not drowned completely, she may fight him. But if he has rooted too deep, then only her death can stop him from rising. Eman clenched her fists. I will not let her be swallowed. The high priest raised his staff. The drums beat faster. People threw petals into the river. And Prince Abadil stepped forward. His face was pale. His hands trembled. He looked from Amara to Ketu and finally to Naima. The moon turned silver. The crowd began to sing. A chant rose in waves. Choose your light, O warrior brave. Let the river sing your name. The prince opened his mouth. But before he could speak, Naima's body arched. Her mouth opened. And from it poured a hissing song not heard in centuries. The river rose in answer. Aragu had awakened. The water turned black. Fish floated belly up. The moon trembled in the sky. Screams rang out. Eman leapt onto the platform, tearing off her disguise. Naima, she cried. Naima turned. Her eyes glowed like fireflies. And yet, a tear slid down her cheek. Eman, she whispered. Help me. The sky cracked open like a ripe gourd. From the belly of the clouds, a strange red glow began to pour over the land. The moon, once pure and white, now pulsed with a dull, crimson sheen, the mark of the blood moon, whispered only in the oldest songs of the river priests. The people of Duma fell silent. Even the insects stopped humming. Even the frogs in the river held their breath. For they knew something terrible was being born. Naima stood at the edge of the ceremonial platform, her body trembling like a drum stretched too tight. Her feet hovered slightly above the wooden planks. Her eyes, no longer brown, swirled with green and gold. The charm around her neck burned bright as a coal. The prince, paralyzed by her beauty and the spell wrapped around his mind like a vine, tried to speak but could only murmur. Naima, what are you? Naima turned slowly. Her voice was layered, like many voices speaking at once, hers, and something darker, deeper. I am the song you should never have heard. The river behind her began to churn violently. A great whirlpool formed at the center, pulling in light, sound, and hope. Beneath the water, something slithered. Something ancient. Eman stepped onto the platform with her heart thundering in her chest. She could feel the magic boiling in the air. The chant from the river mermaid still echoed in her ears, soft and strong. Say his name when the eyes are blind. Say his name when the mouths all sing. Say his name when the blood moon calls. Now was the time. She stepped beside Naima, grabbed her arm gently but firmly. Naima. Listen to me. You don't have to be his. Naima's body jerked, fighting the words like they were poison. Her face twisted, part pain, part longing, part rage. I didn't want this, Eman, she gasped. I only wanted to be loved, to be seen. I see you, Eman whispered. I always did. Suddenly, a voice burst out from inside Naima's throat. It echoed across the water like thunder in a narrow gorge. You dare interrupt the binding? The platform shook. The crowd screamed and scattered, but the priest stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror. The prince dropped to his knees, tears sliding down his cheeks. "Please, let her go." Naima screamed, but it was a scream full of two voices. One human. One divine. Eman raised both hands. She pulled from her wrapper a bundle of black thread and a bone comb, the tools given to her by the mermaids. She began to chant, voice trembling but strong. Aragu. Uguri. Guri you. Serpent of secrets, coil undone. Come unbound beneath the sun. Naima clutched her head. No. Stop. He'll kill me. He cannot kill what he cannot hold. Eman shouted. The charm on Naima's neck cracked. From her skin, dark smoke began to rise. Aragu roared again from within her. I will not be unmade by a child of dust. The river exploded upward in a column of black water. From its depths rose a form, twisting, massive, gleaming with scales the color of oil and moonlight. A head emerged, serpent-like, crowned with bones, and eyes that saw through time. The god Aragu had come in full. But he could not fully escape unless Naima gave in. And Naima was still fighting. Naima. Eman cried again, stepping closer despite the wind and the force shaking the air. You must choose. Naima gasped, barely able to stand. Her skin was turning translucent. Veins like vines crawled across her chest. Her feet no longer touched the ground, she floated now, tethered to the river by the god's power. Her voice came out cracked and broken, I'm trying. Then fight him. Use your own will, not his. You are not his thing. Naima closed her eyes. And for a heartbeat, the river stilled. The god hissed. The moon grew redder. And Naima opened her mouth. Aragu, she screamed. I release you. The wind howled. The platform split in half. The water rose like walls around them, forming a great dome. Inside it, Naima floated, and so did Eman. Suspended in air and water and light. Naima's body split with light, green and gold and red. From her chest, the form of Aragu twisted free, a giant serpent made of smoke and lightning. He lunged at Eman. But Eman held up the bone comb and thrust it forward, shouting. By the Pact of the River Queens, I bind you. A blast of light surged from the comb. The serpent howled, twisting in midair, flailing its many tails. But it was not enough. Naima was still his anchor. Unless she let go fully, he would not die. Eman floated toward Naima, who now burned with energy, her skin cracking like old bark. You have to let him go completely, Eman whispered. Even if it hurts. Naima looked at her, eyes wide with sorrow. But if I let him go, you'll be free. But I'll be empty. Eman's eyes filled with tears. No. You'll still be you. You'll still have me. Naima smiled weakly. And whispered one final word. Then take him. She pushed her hands outward. The serpent screamed. The charm snapped. And a wind unlike any other tore through the realm between spirit and body. The river fell still. The blood moon faded. The platform, cracked and broken, gently settled on the water again. Naima fell into Eman's arms. She was pale. Cold. But breathing. The crowd slowly returned, whispering, trembling, unsure what had happened. Prince Abadil lay unconscious, the spell broken. The priests bowed to the river in silence. Only the mermaids sang now, from deep below. A soft, sad song. Of curses broken. Of love unbought. Of girls who choose light even when darkness offers beauty. The first light of dawn crept across the sky like a gentle hand brushing away a nightmare. Birds, cautious and curious, began to chirp from the edges of the forest. The river Okawala, which had roared with fury only hours before, now shimmered with a strange stillness, too calm, too quiet. As though something sacred had left it, or something terrifying had been locked beneath. On the broken remains of the ceremonial platform, Eman lay motionless. Her body, no longer glowing, seemed fragile, smaller than before. Her eyes were closed. Her skin was pale. And her breath came like a soft whisper. Eman sat beside her, stroking her hand gently, her own robe soaked through and caked with river mud and blood. Her fingers trembled as she watched Eman's chest rise and fall. "Come back to me," she whispered. "Please." A cough escaped Eman's lips. She groaned softly and turned her head. "Eman." "I'm here," Eman said quickly, leaning over her. "You're safe. He's gone. You did it." Eman blinked slowly. Her voice was rough. "Is the prince okay?" "He's alive. The spell broke when the charm shattered. He's resting in the healer's hut now." Eman nodded faintly. "Then, it's done." She tried to sit up but winced, clutching her side. Eman helped her slowly. They sat together in silence for a moment, watching the blood-red moon slowly dissolve into the pink fingers of dawn. Eman touched her stomach. "I feel hollow." Eman wrapped an arm around her. "That feeling will pass. You're not empty. You're healing." But deep down, both girls knew, it would never truly pass. Because when a god lives inside you, even for a moment, it leaves a shadow. Later that morning, the village square was buzzing. The elders had gathered. The drummers were silent. The people, from the smallest child to the oldest widow, stood in tight circles, whispering. The festival of the moonlit tides had ended in chaos. A serpent god had been seen with their own eyes. A maiden had floated above the river. Another had sung spells. The prince had fallen under a curse. Nothing like this had ever happened in Duma's history. Inside the great meeting hut, Prince Abadil sat wrapped in a thick red cloak. His eyes, once filled with certainty, now held the dull glaze of someone who had been trapped inside a dream for too long. Before him, the high priest of Okawala, Chief Mawaga, who had served for 40 seasons, trembled as he clutched a bowl of sacred chalk. "We should have listened to the river spirits," he muttered. "We should have closed the waters for the festival." The signs were there, the dry toad skins, the silent drums, the red egrets. "But what now?" asked Elder Kunta, banging his staff on the floor. "Do we crown a bride who was possessed by a god? Do we send her away? Do we imprison her? Banish her?" The prince raised a hand slowly. "She saved us," he said, voice hoarse. "If not for her and Eman, I would have been lost. We all would have. But she entered a forbidden pact," snapped Elder Inu. "That is a crime older than the kingdom itself." Abadil's voice rose with sudden fire. "And what crime did we commit when we laughed at her? When we turned her birthmark into a curse? When we made her desperate for love she never got?" Silence. Even the wind stopped. That evening, Eman helped Eman walk down to the river's edge. The sky was clean now. Blue and open. The river moved again, but slower, wary, as though testing its own reflection. They sat on a large flat rock near the bank. Eman watched her fingers swirl in the water. "Do you think I'm evil?" she asked softly. Eman shook her head. "No. You were in pain. You made a mistake." Eman looked up. "But that mistake nearly cost the kingdom." "Yes," Eman said. "It did. But now you have a choice. Let that mistake define you, or let it teach you." Eman sighed. "I don't think I'll ever be forgiven." "Forgiveness starts with yourself." A silence stretched between them. Then Eman reached into her satchel and pulled out a simple wooden hairpin, one she had carved herself years ago, before all of this. She held it out to Eman. "You were the only one who ever saw me. Even when I didn't want to be seen." Eman took it gently, eyes stinging. "And you," she said, "were braver than all of us." That night, Eman slept in the healer's hut. For the first time in weeks, her sleep was deep and quiet. But in her dream, she stood once again at the edge of Okoala. The moon above was white again. The water was clear. And from beneath, a voice whispered, not Aragu's, but the soft, haunting tones of the river mermaids. The serpent sleeps, but the vessel still breathes. Beware the second tide. Naima opened her eyes. Her heart thudded with a new fear. Because she knew now. The god was not gone. Not truly. He was waiting. Waiting for the next moon. By mid-morning, the village drums called the people of Duma to the central square. Their deep, slow rhythm did not echo joy or celebration, it thudded with worry, the heartbeat of a kingdom unsure of its own future. From every hut and farmstead, families gathered. Children clung to mothers. Elders leaned on staffs. Warriors stood in silence, their spears planted firmly in the earth, not raised in defense, but out of respect. Something sacred and dangerous had been disturbed. The people did not know whether to fear Naima or thank her. She had broken a curse. She had brought a god into their midst. She had risked her life to save the prince. And yet, she had made a pact no human should make. The sun hovered directly overhead when the elders stepped onto the stone platform, their cloaks sweeping behind them like long shadows. The high priest Mwaga stood at the center, flanked by the oldest men and women of the land. In the front row, Prince Abadil sat on a carved stool, his expression unreadable. To his right sat Eman, wrapped in her mother's shawl, her hands folded tightly. And beside her, with a back straighter than anyone expected, stood Naima, barefoot, scarred, but unafraid. The crowd hushed as Mwaga raised his staff. People of Duma, his voice rang across the square, we gather not to celebrate, but to decide. A great wrong has come upon us. A river god has tasted our world again. A maiden has crossed into forbidden waters. And our prince has been bewitched. A murmur rolled through the crowd. But, Mwaga continued, it is also true that the god was defeated. That the prince was saved. That the people were not harmed. And that these 2-inch, he gestured toward Naima and Eman, faced a power no child should face. He lowered his staff. Let the council speak. Elder Inu was the first to step forward. She was short and wiry, her eyes sharp like the beak of a hawk. We cannot allow this, she snapped. If we do not punish the girl, others will follow her footsteps. They will call on demons, make pacts in secret. The gods will see us as weak. Some nodded. Others looked away. Then Elder Jaji, the village historian, cleared his throat. Long ago, the river spirits made a pact with our ancestors. In return for our respect, they gave us life, water, and song. But they also warned us of Aragu, who slithered from the sea and seduced mortals with promises. He was sealed for a reason. He turned to Naima. Child, did he speak to you kindly? Naima swallowed. Yes. At first. He told me I was special. That I was beautiful. That he could make the prince love me. And did he? Yes. But at what cost? Naima's voice wavered. My womb. My sleep. My soul. The square went silent. Even the birds held their breath. Then Elder Tano, who had said nothing until now, stood up. He was the oldest of them all, his face like carved wood, his voice like wine through dry leaves. I have seen many seasons, he said. I have seen love that turns to hate. I have seen shame turn to hunger. And I have seen what fear does to a child. He turned to the people. Who here has not made a mistake? No one spoke. Who here, he said, pointing a bony finger, has not wished to be seen, to be loved, to be chosen? Still, no one answered. He turned to Naima. You are not cursed, girl. You are human. And that is enough. Mwaga raised his hand again. We have heard. We have seen. We will now speak. The elders turned inward, forming a tight circle. They whispered in old tongues. They poured libations. One plucked kola nuts from a bag and cast them into a calabash to read the spirits. After what felt like forever, they turned back. Mwaga stepped forward. "Neema of the weaver's house," he said solemnly, "you have broken our law and made a pact with a forbidden god. But you have also broken the god's hold and saved our prince." He took a breath. "The council has decided, you shall not be punished, but you shall not be crowned." A mixed gasp spread through the crowd. "You will not marry the prince. You will not sit in the royal house. But you may remain in Duma. You may live among your people. And you will be watched by the elders, by the river, and by your own heart." He paused. "And should the god return, it is you who must face him." Neema bowed her head. She said nothing. But her heart thudded with both relief and dread. After the council disbanded and the villagers returned to their homes, the prince found Neema by the river again. She was seated on the same rock, her feet in the water. "Neema," he said gently. She didn't look up. "You're free now." He stepped closer. "I came to say thank you." She turned to him. "For what?" "Lying to you. Enchanting you. Ruining the festival." "For saving me," he replied. "I remember pieces. Feelings. I was trapped inside myself. Screaming. Drowning. But then, your voice brought me back." Neema's eyes filled with tears. "I didn't do it for glory. I just didn't want to lose myself. Or you." Abadil knelt beside her. "I would have chosen you, you know. If things were different. But they're not," she whispered. "No," he agreed. "They're not." He placed a small golden ring in her hand. "For the girl who walked into the river, and came back stronger." And with that, he rose and left. Neema stared at the ring for a long time, the way one might look at a goodbye. That night, as the wind howled softly through the trees and the moon hung low like a half-shut eye, Neema sat at the river's edge alone. The water shimmered. She reached into it with one finger. It felt warm. Too warm. And from beneath, a voice, softer than a breeze, whispered, "You were mine. You are still mine. The second tide comes." Neema pulled her hand back quickly. The ring fell into the water. And the river swallowed it whole. The sun rose over Duma with a strange hush. Birds chirped, but only in short bursts. The wind moved through the tall palm trees, but it carried a whisper, low and haunting, like someone humming an old song too far to hear but close enough to feel. Neema had not slept. Not a blink. Not a breath of rest. She sat in her mother's hut, clutching a wooden stool, her eyes fixed on the doorway like a guard watching for danger. Even with the prince's ring gone and the elder's judgment behind her, her body still felt, watched. Something had followed her from the river. And it was not done. Eman arrived just after first light. She pushed aside the reed curtain of Neema's door and stepped inside carrying a bowl of warm porridge. "You need to eat," she said gently, placing the bowl beside her. Neema looked up. Her face was pale, her eyes sunken. "I can't," she whispered. "He's still here." Eman frowned. "Aragu." Neema nodded. "He speaks to me. In dreams. When I bathe. Even when I close my eyes. He tells me. I am still his." Eman sat beside her. "He is gone. You fought him. You were brave. You won." Neema shook her head slowly. "No. He rested. He didn't die. The mermaids only made him sleep." Eman's eyes widened. "Then we need to speak to them. Again." "They won't answer," Neema said. "Not this time." Eman took her hand. "Then we find another way. Together." That week, the village began to change. Fish that were once plentiful in the river swam belly up, dead by the dozens. The cows in the eastern pastures refused to drink from Okoala. They sniffed the air and backed away, their hoofs kicking up dust. A young boy named Tata wandered into the riverbank at dusk. When his mother found him, he was drawing spirals into the mud with a stick, his eyes blank. When asked why, he replied in a voice that was not his. "The vessel still breathes." The elders met again, troubled and afraid. "This is a second tide," said Mwaga grimly. "The curse returns." That night, Neema and Eman crept into the sacred forest of Abateo. Only one person there might know what to do. His name was Baba Onoro, the dream seer. He had lived in exile for 40 years, shunned for speaking to spirits in his sleep. But they had no choice now. The path was thick with vines. Crickets chirped. Owls blinked from high branches. At one point, Eman stepped on a dry leaf, and a crow startled into the night sky. Finally, they reached his hut. It was crooked, leaning like an old man, built entirely from bark and covered in strange charms made of bones, feathers, and river stones. They knocked. Silence. Knocked again. Then, a slow, wheezing voice came from within. "Enter, children of the tide." The door creaked open before they could touch it. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and the smell of herbs. Strange masks hung from the ceiling. A black goat lay curled near the fire, its eyes glowing faintly red. Baba Onoro sat cross-legged on a mat, his long beard braided with charms, his eyes shut tight. "We seek your help," Eman said quickly. Neema stepped forward. "I am the one who made the pact." He opened one eye, and it was cloudy like storm water. "Yes," he said. "The weaver's daughter who called the sleeping one." Neema nodded. "He is waking again," she whispered. "I feel him." Onoro hummed. "Because you never closed the door." "What door?" she asked. "The one between the river and your soul. He used your body to come. Now, he wants to be born again through you." Neema gasped. "But I broke the charm." "The charm was only the key," Onoro said. "The door must still be sealed." "How?" Eman asked. "You must go back," he said. "Not to the river, but under it. Deeper than the mermaid's realm. To the roots of the earth, where Aragu's heart beats like a drowned drum." Neema swallowed hard. "What will I find there?" Onoro leaned close, his voice a whisper of bone and wind. "The cradle of his rebirth, and the other vessels who came before you." Before they left, Baba Onoro handed them a pouch of black powder. "Burn this at the edge of the river," he said. "It will show the path, just for one moon." "And then?" Eman asked. "Then the path closes forever." "What if we fail?" Neema whispered. He looked into her eyes. "Then the serpent god rises, with a body born from a mortal womb. And this time, he will not sleep again." That night, Neema and Eman returned to Okoala. The moon was thin, a silver thread in the sky. Neema stood at the water's edge, trembling. "Are you sure?" Eman asked. "No," Neema said. "But I can't run from this. I started it." She opened the pouch and poured the powder into her palm. With a deep breath, she scattered it into the river. It hissed and sizzled like fire meeting ice. Then, the water parted. Not wide, but just enough. A dark tunnel of roots and glowing stones formed beneath the surface. A path. "Go," Eman said. Neema turned. "I need you." Eman shook her head. "This is your journey. But I'll be waiting, right here." Neema nodded. And then, she stepped into the river's open mouth. The water closed over Neema like a heavy blanket. But she did not drown. Instead, the moment she stepped into the parted river, she felt herself falling. Not sinking, falling, like a leaf drifting into an endless pit. Down, down, down. The sound of the world above faded until it was nothing but silence. Then, suddenly, her feet touched stone. And she stood. Neema opened her eyes. She was no longer in the river she knew. There was no water here. She stood inside a vast cavern lit by strange blue flames that danced in the air without wood or wind. The ground beneath her feet was black stone, smooth like glass but pulsing slightly, as if alive. On the walls, roots like long black snakes curled and twisted. Some pulsed with a greenish light. Others dripped with glowing water. The air was heavy. Not wet, not dry, just old. Naima took a shaky breath. "This place," she whispered. "It remembers him." Her voice echoed, once, twice, then fell silent, as if swallowed by something listening. Naima stepped forward. Each footstep left a faint glow that faded after she moved. As she walked, soft whispers curled around her ears. Not voices from behind or beside her, but from within the walls. "You are late." "We waited." "He grows stronger." Naima clenched her fists. "Show yourself," she said. "I am not afraid." The whispers paused. Then one voice, clearer than the others, answered. "You will be." After what felt like hours, Naima entered a circular chamber. At its center stood a shallow pool filled with black water. Around it were 5 stone pillars, each carved with the image of a different maiden. One wore beads in her hair. One held a bundle of herbs. One was draped in a fisherwoman's net. One bore a child in her arms. And the last wore a weaver's sash, just like Naima. She staggered back. "No, this can't be." A voice echoed from the pool. "You are not the first." From the surface of the dark water, 5 faces rose slowly. Women. Young. Ancient. All with hollow eyes and lips that did not move as they spoke. "We came before you. We made the pact. We bore his dreams. We lost our names. We became the path." Naima stepped closer. "Who are you?" One lifted her hand. Her fingers were like willow branches, long and dripping water. "We were healers, singers, mothers, brides." Another said. "He promised us beauty, power, love. We gave him our bodies. And he used them to breathe." Naima dropped to her knees. "What can I do?" she whispered. The water rippled. "Seal the cradle. Burn the root. Break the heart." Naima looked up. "How?" "By walking where no maiden dares. By choosing what no heart desires. By giving what you love most." The walls began to pulse, faster. The ground trembled. From far below, Naima heard a thump. Then another. A sound like a massive drumbeat under the world. Boom, boom, boom. Aragu's heart. He was waking. The blue flames flickered. The water in the pool boiled. And then, a tunnel opened behind the pool. Dark. Narrow. Like the throat of a beast. Naima rose. "I'm not afraid," she said. The maidens spoke together. "Then go. Before he finds another vessel." She stepped into the tunnel. The passage was tight. Naima had to crawl on hands and knees. All around her, bones littered the floor, small bones. Rib cages. Skulls. Bracelets still hanging from snapped wrists. Naima clutched her sash tightly. "I will not become this," she whispered. "I will not die here." Suddenly, a sound, scraping. Something was crawling behind her. Naima turned sharply, nothing. But the air behind her was colder now. Wet. Breathing. She crawled faster. Then, light ahead. A flicker. A red glow. She pushed forward, and tumbled into another chamber. Naima landed in a shallow pool of blood-colored water. Before her, a giant root twisted from the ceiling to the floor, wrapped in dark scales. Inside it, something moved, something large. A heartbeat thudded from the root itself. Boom, boom. Aragu. He was inside the root, sleeping in the form of a great unborn serpent child. She saw his face, half human, half snake. Eyes closed. Breathing slow. This was his cradle. If he was born, he would rise. Forever. A stone altar stood beside the root. On it, two objects. A bone dagger, carved from the rib of a dead maiden. A gourd filled with fire powder, just like Baba Onoro had given her. Naima reached for the dagger. But then a voice, her own mother's voice, echoed in her head. Naima, do not lose yourself. She trembled. What would destroying the root cost her? Would she die? Would she become another whisper? She looked at the dagger. Then at the fire gourd. She remembered Onoro's words. To seal the cradle, give what you love most. And in that moment, Naima knew. She pulled out a necklace from around her neck. The same one her mother had given her as a child, woven from river reeds and red beads. It was all she had left from before the curse. She poured the fire powder onto the root and tied the necklace into the center. Then she stepped back. The root began to burn. The flames grew, red, blue, gold. The chamber shook. Aragu's face twisted in pain, but he did not wake. Instead, he screamed. A long, deep roar that shook the bones in her body. The root cracked. The heartbeat slowed. Boom. Boom. Silence. Naima collapsed beside the pool, her chest heaving. It was done. She had sealed the cradle. The whispers faded. The bones fell silent. Aragu was trapped. Not dead, but bound. Buried. And this time, there would be no vessel. Naima stood in the silence. The cavern no longer pulsed. The great root of Aragu was nothing but ash and coiling smoke. The blue flames that once danced high on the cave walls had dimmed to mere whispers of light. The cradle was destroyed. But she was not free. Her legs trembled as she stepped away from the pool, her weaver's sash torn and wet, her necklace gone, burned with the powder of fire. The silence now was heavy. Too heavy. You did well. Naima turned sharply. Standing by the entrance of the tunnel was a figure draped in a shroud of silver riverweed. Her skin shimmered like the moon's reflection. Her eyes were the same color as deep river stones. It was one of the river mermaids. The mermaid's voice echoed without wind. You stopped the rebirth. You silenced the cradle. Naima clutched her chest, still breathing hard. He's gone. The mermaid stepped forward, her feet not touching the ground. No. Aragu cannot die like men do. He is part of the river's wound. But he sleeps again, and this time, deeper. Naima's brows drew together. Then, why do I still feel him? In my bones. In my breath. The mermaid tilted her head. Because part of you still belongs to him. Naima's eyes widened. You mean the curse? It is tied to your womb. Your soul. He gave you power, but braided it with chains. The cradle may be broken, but the vessel still breathes. Naima lowered her head. So I'm still cursed? The mermaid raised a hand. No. You are not cursed, child. You are chosen. But you must choose what comes next. The mermaid stepped aside. A staircase of stone rose from the darkness behind her, spiraling upwards. This path will take you back to the surface. But know this, the girl who climbed into the river died when she kissed the god. The one who walks out must decide who she wants to be. Naima swallowed hard. I don't want to be a god's bride, she said quietly. I just want to be free. The mermaid smiled, softly, sadly. Freedom is never free. Naima climbed. Each step took all her strength. Her fingers ached. Her knees bled against the stone. The spiral was narrow and cold, but it led up, up, up. Time slipped around her like fog. She remembered her mother's voice. Never go to the river alone. She remembered the laughter of the village girls. Cursed Naima. No boy will ever love her. She remembered the prince's eyes as he kissed her hand. "You are beautiful, Naima." And she remembered Aragu's voice. "Your beauty is mine." She paused, halfway up. Sweat slid down her brow. Her limbs shook. "I will not carry your shadow anymore." She said it aloud. And the echo answered her. "Not anymore." At last, Naima reached the mouth of the cave. She pushed aside the curtain of wet vines and stepped out into the night air. And gasped. The stars were gone. Above her was a sky blanketed with smoke, thick, churning clouds lit from within by flashes of red lightning. The river was still, but the trees that lined its banks swayed without wind. The world had changed. And standing at the riverbank, facing the water, was Eman. Eman turned slowly as Naima emerged. Her healer's robes were damp and clinging. In her hand was a staff carved from acacia wood. Her eyes were wide with both relief and fear. "Naima," she whispered. "You came back." Naima staggered forward. "Eman. How are you alive?" Eman rushed to her. "I saw the river close over you. I thought." Naima smiled faintly. "I thought I was gone too." Eman embraced her tightly. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Eman pulled away. "The village, strange things are happening." The prince fell into a trance after the festival of the tides. The other maidens, none returned. And the river has been silent. Not dead. Just listening. Naima's face darkened. "He sleeps again. But it's not over." Eman looked into Naima's eyes. "Then we must stop him." "Truly." Naima nodded. But not alone. Suddenly, a soft light rippled across the water. The river mermaids, 3 of them, rose from the surface, their silver hair glowing like moonlight. One held a golden gourd. Another held a flute carved from coral. The last held a blade made of water. "The cradle is broken," they sang in unison, "but the chain remains. A maiden cannot break it alone. But a sister may." Naima turned to Eman. "I can't walk this road without you." Eman gripped her hand. "Then we walk it together." Behind them, the clouds shifted. A shape moved in the dark above the trees, a massive serpent-like shadow that slithered across the sky, unseen by the villagers below. It whispered once. Just once. "The vessel still breathes." And the river shuddered. The drums no longer beat in the village of Duma. Since the festival of the moonlit tides, silence had fallen upon the land. The people whispered. The elders shook their heads. The river no longer sang to the stars. And Prince Dama, the brave, sharp-eyed son of King Dago, lay silent in his chamber, unmoving, unhearing, and unknowing. He was alive. But he slept. Not the sleep of tiredness. A sleep with no door, the old medicine woman said. A spell, the priests murmured. But no one dared speak of Naima. No one dared speak of the girl with the cursed mark. Inside the stone palace, behind the heavy gold-trimmed doors of the prince's room, Prince Dama lay upon a bed of lion fur and silk. His chest rose and fell like the tide, soft and steady. His lips were pale. His skin had lost its golden-brown color, now looking almost gray under the shadows. The king's guards stood watch, but they did not understand magic. The priests burned sage. They tied strings of cowrie shells above the doorway. But nothing woke him. "He smiles in his sleep," one maid whispered. "As if dancing with someone," said another. "Or being held." Only one person did not believe the prince was simply enchanted. And that was his sister, Princess Aduni. Princess Aduni was not like other royal daughters. She did not wear gold bangles that clinked. She did not speak in soft riddles. She walked like a lioness and spoke like a drum. When she was born, thunder cracked over the village of Duma, and it was said the ancestors had gifted her a tongue that could make men listen, or run. She entered the prince's chamber, past the guards, past the whispering maids, past the fearful priests. She bent low by his bed and touched her brother's face. "Dama," she whispered. "You have never slept while I speak. Wake now." He did not move. She leaned close, pressing her forehead to his. "I know who did this. The river girl. The one with the shadow on her neck. Naima." She stood tall, her voice rising like a storm brewing over the savannah. "Bring me the weaver's daughter." The guards shifted nervously. An elder priest stepped forward. "Your Highness, she has not returned." Aduni's eyes flared. "Then find her. Search the banks of the river. Wake the hunters. Pay the charm women. Shake the bones and read the stones. Whatever took my brother wears a girl's face." Far below the palace, in the thatched huts of the common people, the story spread like smoke. "Did you hear? The prince is asleep, but they say he smiles." Smiles. That's no sleep. That's a river dream. A love spell, more like it. That Naima girl is nowhere to be found. They say she walked into the river and never came back. And yet the river hasn't claimed her bones. Something isn't right. Something sleeps in him, but not alone. Mothers warned their daughters not to walk too close to the water. Boys stopped swimming in the Okawala after dusk. Even the old fishermen tied amulets around their boats. Because the river had gone silent. And everyone knew, when the river stopped speaking, it was listening. Deep inside Prince Dama's dreaming soul, a world had formed. He stood barefoot in a field of glowing water lilies. The sky above was endless, filled with stars that pulsed like drums. A woman stood before him. Her eyes were like golden coals. Her hair flowed like black fire. Her body shimmered with scales. Her voice was every song he had forgotten and every wish he had never spoken. "Stay with me," she whispered. "Here, there is no war. No duty. No pain." He frowned. "Who are you?" She smiled. "I am the river you kissed." He touched his chest. "My heart, it beats, but it does not feel. Because it belongs to me now." He stepped back. "This is not real." The woman tilted her head. "Does it matter?" Behind her, shadows stirred. And in the farthest star, something coiled. Something ancient. Something hungry. Dama clenched his fists. "No. This is a cage. But you locked it yourself." Back in the palace, Princess Aduni lit 7 lamps before her brother's bed. She called forth the spirit seer of the hills, a woman wrapped in black goat skin with eyes clouded like milk. The seer knelt beside the prince. She sniffed the air. "There is water in his soul," she said. "River water. But not the clean kind. Not the kind that sings. Something oily coils around his name. Something old." Aduni's voice was like flint against stone. "Can he be saved?" The seer slowly smiled. "Yes. But not by spears. Not by charms. Only by the one who kissed the water and lived." "Find her," Aduni whispered. "Or we bury a prince who still breathes." By the river's edge, where the shadows met the mist, Naima and Eman sat beside a small fire. Naima's hands trembled. "I feel him," she whispered. "I still feel Dama. In my dreams. He's trapped." Eman stirred the flames with a stick. "Then we must go back." Naima looked up. "To the village?" Eman nodded. "To the palace. To the prince." The path to Duma was long and heavy, lined with whispering trees and watchful birds. The rains had stopped, but the road was soft underfoot, soaked from days of silence. The village lay in the valley like a forgotten drum, no longer beating. Naima walked with her head bowed, her shawl covering her face. Beside her, Eman clutched her walking staff tightly. The 2 girls had left the riverbank before dawn, leaving behind the fading fire and a nest of charred fish bones. They carried no load, no food, no charms, only secrets. "You don't have to do this," Naima said quietly, her voice thin like the mist. "I do," Eman replied. "If not for the prince, then for my sister. She vanished the same way you almost did." Naima looked at her. "You think I'm cursed?" Eman turned to her. "I don't think you are. I know you are. But that doesn't mean you are evil." Naima sighed. "That may be worse." When the two girls stepped through the edges of Duma, the air seemed to pause. The marketplace was nearly empty. Children stopped playing. A group of women pounding yam paused, pestles in midair. Goats, half-tethered, bleated nervously. "Is that the cursed girl? She came back. Does she walk or float?" "Her eyes, don't look into her eyes." Naima kept her head down. Eman walked proudly beside her, her sandals kicking up dust. An old man stepped in their way, gripping a charm made of kola nuts and white feathers. "The prince sleeps," he growled. "And she walks." "No. No. This is witch work." A woman screamed. A baby cried. Naima flinched, tears hot behind her eyes. "I didn't mean to hurt him." Eman stood firm. "Then let her explain it to the king." The palace was made of clay and stone, painted with ochre, black, and red. Animal skins draped its pillars. Brass masks of ancestors stared down from the roof. At the gate stood 4 guards with carved spears. They crossed them before the girls. "No one sees the king without summons." Eman stepped forward. "He'll want to see us. Tell him Naima, daughter of the weaver, has returned." The guards blinked. One ran inside. 10 minutes passed. When the doors opened again, Princess Aduni stepped out. She wore a long robe of red silk, cowries braided into her hair like lightning bolts. Her eyes burned like twin suns. "So," she said, her voice calm and dangerous, "the river girl returns." Naima knelt quickly. "Your Highness." Aduni strode down the steps and stood before her. "You disappeared after the festival. My brother touches your hand, and then he sleeps. Tell me, girl, what did you do?" Naima lifted her head. "I made a mistake. A mistake. I wanted to be chosen. To be loved. So I called something I didn't understand." Aduni's hands clenched. "You cursed him." Eman stepped forward. "She was tricked, Your Highness. The river god gave her a charm that took the prince's heart, but it's a trap. The prince is not dreaming. He is being used." Naima's voice cracked. "He's in a dream cage. With something. I feel him. Every time I sleep, I see him. I can show you. I can help bring him back." Aduni stared at her. Then she turned to the guards. "Take her." "What?" Eman shouted. "No." Aduni didn't blink. "Lock her in the Tower of Bones. If she truly holds the prince's heart, then let her suffer until she surrenders it." 2 guards grabbed Naima. "No. Please. I didn't mean. I'm not the same girl anymore." But her cries were drowned by the clanking of iron cuffs. Eman tried to push forward. Another guard blocked her. "You must listen." Eman screamed. "If you kill her, Aragu will win." Aduni finally turned, frowning. "What did you say?" Eman panted. "Aragu. That's the name. The one that bound her. The one inside the river. The one who's using her like a shell." Aduni paused. The other guards exchanged worried glances. Aduni's eyes narrowed. "Take the healer to the priest hall. Let her speak to the spirit's ear." She turned to Eman. "If even a hair of what you said is true, then this village is already halfway drowned." Naima sat in the cold darkness. The tower was a small round hut of gray stone, with skulls carved into its walls. It had once been a place for warriors to fast before war. Now, it was where the king's justice waited in silence. Eman sat with her knees pulled to her chest. She could feel the river inside her bones. A pressure. A calling. A dream slithered through her mind. Dama, alone in the starfield. His smile fading. The shadows behind him thickening. Eman, he whispered in the dream. I don't blame you. Eman shook. I didn't want this, she whispered into the shadows. But I will fix it. Meanwhile, Eman sat before the spirit seer. The old woman reached into a calabash filled with white powder, feathers, and stones. She whispered. The stones trembled. The feathers fluttered. The river is not just cursed, the seer whispered. It remembers a war. A war between water and sky. The sky gods banished the serpent. The mermaids chained him under the Okoala. But he speaks again. Eman asked, why Eman? Why her? The seer looked up with empty eyes. She was born during the eclipse of shadows. Marked by the river. She was always meant to be his door. As night fell, thunder rolled in the sky. Aduni stood upon the palace balcony, staring at the moon, now half swallowed by clouds. Her brother still slept. Eman was locked away. Eman spoke of an ancient serpent god. She clenched her fists. I need truth, she whispered. Even if it comes with pain. She turned to her servant. Bring Eman. Chain her to the moonstone. Let the gods judge her themselves. The moon hung low over Duma that night, swollen and blood-tinged, like an old wound reopened. The villagers gathered in silence around the moonstone altar, a great flat boulder by the sacred baobab, said to be older than the kingdom itself. It glowed with a silver light when touched by truth, and with fire when touched by lies. At the center of the clearing, Eman stood, her wrists bound in red rope made of lion's mane and silk thread. 2 guards held her shoulders. Her hair was wild, her lips cracked, her skin pale and trembling, but her eyes glowed faintly blue, like light beneath water. Princess Aduni stood on a raised platform behind the altar. Dressed in gold and red, her head wrapped in a crown of eagle feathers, she raised her staff. Tonight, she declared, we place this girl before the moonstone. If her heart holds evil, the gods will burn her from the inside. If she speaks truth, the stone shall shine, and Duma shall listen. Murmurs swirled like smoke. Eman stood nearby, biting her lip, heart thudding. Let her speak, said Aduni, voice like thunder. Eman stepped toward the stone, barefoot. Her toes touched the moonlit surface. A ripple of silver spread under her feet. She took a deep breath. I never wanted to hurt anyone, she said, her voice low but steady. I only wanted to be seen. I was born with a mark on my side, and they called me cursed. Even children would not play with me. My own mother wept when I bled for the first time, fearing it meant the river had chosen me. She paused, eyes shining with unshed tears. Then came the festival. I knew the prince would never look at me. The village would never allow it. So, I went to the river. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He came in dreams first. Aragu. The serpent beneath the water. He told me I was special. That I could have love. That I could have power. She swallowed hard. And I said yes. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the moonstone's surface. Some in the crowd screamed. But it did not bleed fire, it shimmered with light, pure and white. He gave me a charm. Told me to sleep with him in the deep. I did. A woman fainted in the back. And from that night, the prince looked at me, not with love, but with hunger. The charm made him mine. But it wasn't love. It was control. And I knew it too late. The moonstone brightened. Aragu is not gone. He speaks from my dreams. He uses me like a door, like a shell. The prince is trapped inside a dream cage with him. I see it every time I close my eyes. Aduni frowned, watching the stone glow ever brighter. I came back to fix it. I will not run again. Suddenly, a great gust of wind howled through the clearing. The moonstone cracked open with a blinding burst of silver. Everyone dropped to the ground, shielding their eyes. Naima stood firm. From the heart of the stone rose a swirl of light and shadow, a spirit form, half mermaid, half bird, crowned with stars. It spoke in 1,000 voices. She speaks truth. The crowd gasped again. But the price of truth is pain. The curse is not broken. Aragu still stirs. And the vessel still breathes. The light vanished. The stone fell silent. And Naima collapsed to her knees. Aduni stepped forward, her face pale. You have told the truth, she said slowly. But the danger remains. Eman stepped forward quickly. Then let us finish what was started. Let us go to the river. The mermaids must help us. Aduni turned to her. You said your sister vanished in that river. Eman nodded. Her name was Zara. She followed a boy who never returned. She went to the river to call his spirit, and she never came back. Naima raised her head. I have seen her. In dreams. Eman froze. What? There's a girl with your face. Her eyes are full of water. She sings to the prince in the dream. She tries to keep him calm. Eman staggered back. Then she's not dead. She's trapped. Like him. In Aragu's prison. The crowd, once full of fear, now buzzed with murmurs of awe, doubt, and questions. Aduni raised her hand. Tomorrow, she said, we go to the river. Not for festival, but for war. Fog that night. As the crowd dispersed, Naima was taken to the priest hall, not in chains, but as a guest watched closely. Eman sat with her by a fire, the crackle soft between them. You saw Zara? Eman whispered. Naima nodded. She's not whole anymore. Her song is like broken glass. But I think she's still fighting. Then we must bring her back. Naima looked into the flames. If I lose control, if Aragu rises again, you must stop me. Eman reached across the fire and held her hand. We both walk the river. And we both come out. Together. Outside, the night grew quiet. Too quiet. The river no longer sang. And far beneath the earth, Aragu stirred in his coils. The morning was pale and gray, as if the sky itself feared what the day would bring. Princess Aduni stood on the steps of the shrine with her war staff clutched tightly in her hand. She was no longer dressed in royal robes, but in the bark-dyed armor of the river wardens, the warriors sworn to protect Duma's waters from dark spirits and broken pacts. At her side were Eman, Naima, and 6 chosen men and women, hunters, shamans, and singers, each marked with protective chalk across their foreheads and shoulders. They were called the Circle of the Second Moon, a group formed only when Duma faced a threat older than the kingdom itself. The villagers gathered in silence as the circle prepared to journey back to Okawala, the Forbidden River. A woman in the crowd whispered, "This is no festival." A man murmured, "No drums, no dancing." And indeed, there was no joy in this procession. Only tension. Only questions. Before they departed, the elders of Duma stepped forward. The oldest among them, Grandmother Dola, hobbled to Aduni and pressed a carved gourd into her hands. "This holds the dust of moon root," she said. "Sprinkle it on the river's edge. If the mermaids still remember our bond, they will rise." To Naima, she offered a bracelet woven with 7 river stones. "These will remind you of your name, child. So Aragu does not take it fully." Naima's voice trembled. "Thank you, Nana." To Eman, she gave a small wooden drum with a cracked skin. "Zara played this when she was a child," the old woman whispered. "If her spirit hears it, she may follow the sound." Eman blinked away tears. "I will not leave without her." They walked for hours through the forest. Birds were quiet. The usual laughter of monkeys, the chirp of crickets, even the wind through the trees, gone. At the front, Aduni led with sharp eyes and sharper instincts. "Stay close," she warned. Okawala has changed. The trees near it no longer sleep. Behind her, Naima walked with slow, careful steps, gripping her bracelet tight. Her skin had turned paler again. Sometimes her eyes flickered that faint river blue. Eman walked close beside her, playing the drum softly. The rhythm was slow, like a heartbeat in morning. One of the hunters, Taji, paused as they neared a fallen tree covered in mushrooms. "Here," he said, pointing to the ground. No animal prints. Not even ants. The forest had stopped living. They were near the river. When the trees parted, the circle stood before the river Okawala. But this was not the same river from the festival. It was swollen and black, like ink spilled across the land. It did not flow. It pulsed, breathing in and out, as if it were a living thing. The stones along its bank were cracked, bleeding thick moss. The trees nearest the water leaned away from it, their bark turned gray. Aduni stepped forward and poured the moonroot dust into her palm. "Let the mermaid see we come in peace." She scattered the dust into the wind. The particles danced across the surface of the river, glowing softly. Then, silence. Nothing stirred. Naima stepped forward and whispered, "They will not come while I stand near. Aragu has marked me." Eman looked at her. "Then stand behind me. I'll call them." Naima nodded and stepped back. Eman took out her sister's cracked drum. Her fingers began to tap gently, then faster, weaving a rhythm both new and ancient. "Zera. Zera. Hear me, sister. Follow the sound. Follow the beat of home." The river shuddered. Then, it began to bubble. A swirl of light rose from the depths, then another, and another. Suddenly, 6 mermaids burst forth from the water, their bodies shimmering like moonlight wrapped in fish scale. Their hair floated around them like seaweed, and their eyes were bright silver. One spoke. "Why have you returned to the mouth of Aragu?" Another hissed, "We told your people to never wake the river god again." Aduni stepped forward. "Because the river god never truly slept. He tricked one of our maidens. He stole our prince. And now his spirit poisons the dream world and the waking land." The lead mermaid turned her gaze to Naima. "Ah, the vessel." She swam closer, eyes narrowing. Still walking. Still weeping. Naima fell to her knees, trembling. "Please," she said, "I want to undo what I did. I want to be free." The mermaid's voice was a soft growl. "You were warned in dreams. You were given signs. You came anyway." "I was desperate," Naima sobbed. "I was alone." The other mermaids looked at each other. Then one whispered, "What will you give, to close the door forever?" Naima looked up, her voice barely a breath. "My voice. My memories. Even my life." Eman stood up, firm. "No. There must be another way." The mermaids turned to her, curious. "You would trade places?" Eman's heart pounded. "I came to find my sister. If she lives within Aragu's dream, I will go. Take me instead." The lead mermaid tilted her head. "You offer a pure heart. A rare thing." Suddenly, the river cracked like thunder. A voice boomed from below. "The vessel is mine." A huge spiral of water shot into the sky. The river's surface turned into a spinning whirlpool. The mermaid screamed, swimming backward. "He has awakened." Naima clutched her head, writhing on the ground. Her eyes rolled back. Her mouth opened. And from her throat came a voice not her own. "Your games are over. The door shall open. I shall walk in flesh again." Aduni shouted, to the wards. "Now." Taji threw down a pouch of salt ash, creating a glowing circle around Naima. Eman held Naima tight as she shook violently. "Hold on, Naima. Stay with me." But Na'ima's eyes flickered between blue and black. "He's pulling me down," she gasped. Then, from the whirlpool, something rose. Not fully formed. Not yet. But the shape of a serpent's head broke the surface. Eyes like pits. Teeth like carved ivory. Aragu had come to the edge. And the next step would make him flesh. The river Okawala roared like a storm trapped in a drum. Its surface foamed, spiraled, and cracked as something ancient and terrible stirred beneath it. And then, he began to emerge. First the serpent's skull, as massive as a hut, dripped from the heart of the whirlpool. Its teeth gleamed white as bone. Its tongue slithered like smoke, tasting the air. The warriors of the circle staggered back in fear, but Princess Aduni planted her staff into the mud and shouted, "Form the circle. He cannot rise fully unless we break." At once, the 6 warriors and Eman surrounded Na'ima, whose body floated inches above the ground, writhing with tendrils of blue light. Her eyes were wide open, but her pupils had vanished. She moaned, not in pain, but as if something deep inside her chest was being pulled out. From her mouth came the voice of Aragu again, but this time, it was mixed with her own. "I see. I feel. I become." Suddenly, the serpent head let out a deafening screech. The earth around the river cracked. The trees bent low. And the mermaids, watching from the water, wailed and dived deep, their silver tails vanishing below the waves. Eman screamed, shaking Na'ima's shoulders. "Fight him. Don't let him take you." Na'ima's body trembled, then twisted unnaturally. Her hands were no longer her own, long, scaled fingers sprouted where her nails had been. Her legs fused briefly before tearing apart again. Her face shifted in and out of human form. Aduni turned to the circle. The serpent must not be made flesh. Na'ima is his anchor. We break his hold on her, or he walks among us. The hunter Taji nodded grimly. "Then let us fight with soul and song." He pulled a calabash rattle from his belt, shaking it as he began to chant an old Duma warding verse. "Earth below, close your mouth. River run, return to drought. Serpent coiled, spirit trapped. Dreams unbroken, door unclasped." Others joined in, forming a rhythmic chant around Na'ima. But the river god screamed again. With that scream, the air fractured, as if a mirror had cracked across the sky. From the whirlpool, Aragu's neck rose, long and twisting like a vine of muscles and bone. At its base, ghostly hands reached upward, spirits bound to him, moaning in agony. Aduni narrowed her eyes. He's drawing power from the dream world. He's using Zera's soul as a bridge. Far below the waking world, within a realm of endless twilight and shifting illusions, Zera stood alone inside a cage made of glass water. Every time she moved, the walls rippled. She wore her festival dress, though it was soaked and tattered. Around her swam endless images, her village, her sister, her mother cooking by firelight. And through them all, the voice of Aragu whispered, "Stay. Forget. The world no longer wants you." She had been here for what felt like seasons. Time passed like wine through leaves, no sound, no start, no end. She pressed her hand to the wall. "Na'ima, please don't forget me." Suddenly, a distant sound rang out through the dream, a drumbeat. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. Zera gasped. Her heart surged. Eman. She ran to the wall. The water glass shimmered and opened like a door. Through it, she saw flashes, the river, Na'ima floating, Aragu rising, her sister drumming with tears in her eyes. And a chant, the old protection verse her grandmother used to sing while sweeping the compound. Zera clutched her heart. "No. I will not be forgotten. I am not a ghost." She took a step through the portal. Aragu roared. He was almost half emerged now, his monstrous neck stretching across the bank, his body still rooted in the whirlpool. Na'ima's body suddenly went limp. Eman cried out, "Na'ima." But Na'ima slowly stood up. Her voice was low, two-toned. You cannot stop what is already woven into time. Then, her eyes flickered. And for the first time in many moons, Na'ima's true voice came through. He is afraid. Aduni frowned. Afraid of what? Na'ima gasped. Of her. He can feel her coming. Suddenly, the earth cracked beneath the calabash circle. And from the center of the storm, a white light shot upward. Then, from the whirlpool, Zara rose. Not in flesh, but as a spirit of shimmering gold and blue. She held a long staff made of memory and light. Her eyes blazed like two suns behind the clouds. Aragu shrieked. No. Zara looked down at her sister. Na'ima. Take my hand. Na'ima, shaking, reached out. As their hands touched, the light spread through Na'ima like fire. The serpent's tongue snapped. The whirlpool spun wildly. His head began to unravel into mist and ash. Zara raised her staff and declared, by the bond of sisterhood, by the drum of remembrance, by the breath of the mothers of Duma, I cast you back. She slammed the staff down. A shockwave exploded across the riverbank. The serpent screamed, his bones cracking like thunder, then shattered into thousands of black scales, which turned to smoke and vanished. The whirlpool collapsed. The river calmed. The light faded. Na'ima collapsed to the earth, gasping. Eman caught her in his arms. Zara's spirit looked at them, her eyes now soft. I cannot stay. I was never meant to walk in flesh again. Na'ima sobbed. No, please. Come back with me. Zara smiled. I already have. I am in your voice. In your memories. In every beat of the drum you now carry. She leaned forward and kissed Na'ima's forehead. Then her spirit dissolved into a cloud of light, and drifted into the sky like morning mist. The circle stood in silence. The river was still once more. Aduni whispered, it is done. But deep in the mud, no one noticed one single black scale, smaller than a pebble, sink into the earth. It pulsed once. Then was still. Morning light returned to the village of Duma, soft and golden, casting warmth on the thatched rooftops and the wide, dusty courtyards. Birds sang again in the trees. The river Okawala, which had raged with terror the night before, now flowed quietly like a ribbon of silver, pretending nothing had happened. But not everyone could forget. In the healer's hut, Na'ima lay wrapped in layers of woven cloth, her body shivering from cold that did not come from the wind. Eman sat by her side, grinding leaves into paste, his hands steady even though his heart wasn't. He looked up as Princess Aduni entered, the morning sun at her back. She's still fevered, Eman said, not turning from his mortar. Even after the spirit was cast out. Even after Zara. He didn't finish. Aduni walked over to Na'ima and laid a hand gently on her forehead. The spirit may be gone, she whispered, but the vessel still remembers. Na'ima suddenly stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. Sister. She looked around, dazed. Where is she? Eman bent low, brushing her damp hair from her cheek. Zara is at peace now. She saved us. She saved you. Na'ima's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice cracked. Then why do I feel so empty? Sheaf of rice later that day, village square. The villagers of Duma gathered in a circle. For the first time in many moons, the talking drum was beaten in celebration, not mourning. The high priest, Elder Omudu, raised his hands. The serpent god is gone. The festival of the moonlit tides has ended, and peace is returned to our people. There were cheers. Children danced. Fathers clapped hands. Mothers sang lullabies. But beneath the joy, quiet eyes watched, those who remembered what had nearly been lost. Maji, the widow who lived near the river's bend, sat apart from the crowd. She did not cheer. She clutched her old cane and muttered, happiness is a drumbeat, it can stop at any moment. She had lived long. She knew rivers were never truly quiet. Herb in the bush beyond the village. Far beyond the laughter and singing, in the thick brush where the ground was always damp, a black scale glimmered beneath the moss. A pair of small eyes watched it. Nina, a girl no older than 7, with curious hands and dirt on her knees, crouched low. She had followed a lizard into the bush while her mother prepared fufu in the compound. "What's that?" she whispered. The black scale pulsed once, as if it heard her. It looked like a shiny seed, like something a bird had dropped. Nina reached out. Touched it. Nothing happened. She picked it up and held it to the sun. Its surface shimmered with colors, like oil on water, black, green, purple. She smiled. "I'll keep you," she said, tucking it into her little satchel. As she ran back home, a small shadow curled around her footsteps in the mud. Silent. Watching. The fever had not broken. Naima tossed and turned on her mat. Sweat soaked her wrapper. Her eyes moved beneath her lids as she murmured. Inside her dream, the sky was purple. The river flowed upward. The moon spun like a drum. She stood alone on the riverbank. And then, a voice. "You banished me, but not all of me." She turned. A child stood before her. Eyes black as obsidian. Holding a tiny scale. "He's coming back," the child whispered. "He never really left." Naima screamed herself awake. Eman was by her side instantly. "It's all right," he whispered, holding her shoulders. "You're safe." But she shook her head violently. "No, I saw him, in the eyes of a child." Aduni, standing by the doorway, stepped forward slowly. "A child." Naima looked up, sweat rolling down her face. "He's found a new way in." The sun had barely risen over Duma when the whispers began. Not the kind passed between mouths in the market. Not the gossip of mothers pounding yam or girls braiding hair beneath baobab trees. These whispers came from places without lips. They stirred inside calabashes. They fluttered like breath in the dark corners of huts. They crept along thatched ceilings like smoke. And in Nina's hut, the smallest in the western end of the village, the whispers were loudest. Sheaf of rice inside the hut of Nina's family. It was a small round hut, walls of red earth, roof of dried palm fronds. Morning light poked through the roof in golden beams. Nina sat cross-legged on a mat, her little fingers playing with the black scale. She whispered to it, like one might whisper to a doll or a pet goat. "Do you have a name?" she asked sweetly. Silence. Then, ever so faintly, in the space between silence and breath, "Aragu." Nina's eyes widened. She giggled. "That's a funny name. Aragu. Are you a frog? Or a bird?" Her mother, Asha, called from outside. "Nina. Come help me wash the cassava." "Coming, Mama." She tucked the scale into a crack in the floor and skipped outside. As she left, a strange ripple shimmered across the mud floor, almost like a snake sliding just beneath the surface. Naima sat up on her mat, her eyes hollow and skin pale. She had eaten very little in days. Her dreams were worse. Eman knelt beside her with a bowl of warm herbs. "You must eat," he said gently. "I can't," Naima murmured, hugging herself. "I see things when I close my eyes." "Dreams." She nodded. A little girl. Holding his scale. Laughing like the wind. "He's in her," Eman. "He's found her." Eman stiffened. "Who?" "The serpent. Aragu. He didn't die, not fully. He left behind something." Aduni stepped into the hut just then, carrying a satchel of herbs. "Naima, listen. You've just woken from a nightmare. You've seen terrible things. We all have." Naima turned her haunted eyes toward the princess. "You don't believe me." Aduni sighed. "I believe something dark lingers. But to speak of curses without proof will cause fear. Panic. And haven't we had enough of that?" Eman stood slowly. then we find proof. Asha swept the floor of the hut while humming a lullaby. Nina sat by the fire, drawing circles in the ash. Suddenly, the fire flickered blue. Asha looked up. Nina. Did you throw something in the fire? Nina blinked. No, Mama. Are you sure? Yes. But the fire said it's cold. Asha's broom paused. What do you mean, the fire said? Nina smiled and tilted her head. It talks when the room gets dark. Don't you hear it? Asha backed away slowly. The fire dimmed. Then, in the shadows, something hissed. A secret meeting was held in the shrine courtyard, away from prying eyes and curious children. Elder Omudu, Eman, Aduni, and Naima, wrapped in a shawl, her voice trembling. I know it sounds mad, Naima said. But the scale, it must still exist. The child is carrying it. That's how Aragu survives. Elder Omudu's brows furrowed deep. A scale. The serpent's scale. Yes, Eman said, stepping forward. Such things are vessels. Like gourd holds palm wine. It may be small, but it carries a great evil. Aduni nodded. We must speak with the girl. No, Omudu said firmly. If we confront her, and we are wrong, we will scar her spirit forever. Naima's voice cracked. And if we wait, and we are right, we may lose her. And the village. Again. Silence. Only the wind spoke. Nina awoke to a sound. Slithering. She looked around in the darkness. The fire was out. The air was cold. She reached under her mat and felt the scale. It pulsed like a tiny heartbeat. Then she heard it again. You are mine now. She sat up in the dark. Who said that? No answer. Then her shadow rose on the wall, stretching high, taller than it should have been. It opened its mouth. And hissed. Morning broke over Duma like any other, but the air felt heavier. Trees swayed without wind. Chickens clucked nervously in their coops. Even the village dogs barked at empty air. But strangest of all were the goats. 3 of them, tied near the healer's compound, began circling their tether poles restlessly, eyes rolling white. The youngest one, a soft brown kid, let out a chilling bleat, then stared straight at Nina's hut. Unblinking. Not once. Not even when the sun rose high. Eman stood with Elder Omudu, watching the goat. You see it too, Eman said softly. Omudu nodded grimly. It has been like that since dawn. Even when I passed this way at first light. And none of the other children are playing here. Children know. Even when adults pretend. They sense when the air is wrong. They watched as the brown kid let out another strange cry. It sounded almost like a word. Nii. Eman turned. We must speak to Nina's mother. Now. Asha opened the door, her eyes lined with worry. I know why you are here, she said before either man could speak. Something is wrong with my child. She is not ill, Eman said gently. But something ancient may be near her. Asha stepped aside. Then help her. Please. They entered. Nina sat by the window, playing with twigs and humming. Her eyes, usually bright and round, looked distant. Nina, Omudu said kindly. Do you know who I am? She nodded, still humming. You're the man with the fire stick. You make the rain wait. Omudu blinked. That was what the people sometimes said of him, for he led rain rituals. Can I see your hand, Nina? Eman asked. She held it up, palm open. Smooth. Innocent. But as Eman leaned closer, he saw it, a faint shimmer beneath the skin, like silver threads. Barely visible. Like water reflecting something that should not be there. He looked at Omudu. Omudu looked back, and nodded. A gathering formed near the oldest tree in Duma, the Mbaka tree, said to have been planted by the first river priestess. Only elders, healers, and spirit watchers entered this grove. Eman stood under the branches, her face pale. She knew what was coming. "You wish to test the girl," she whispered. "Using the goat ritual." "It is the only way," said Aduni, dressed in ceremonial blue and white. "If she holds the serpent spirit, the goat will know." "And if she does?" Eman asked. Elder Omudu stepped forward, holding a small clay pot. "Then we must act before Aragu finds his strength again." Nina stood quietly in the center of a circle, barefoot on the red earth. Around her, elders drew chalk symbols. 3 goats were tied at the edges of the circle, 1 to each side. Asha wept quietly in the arms of another woman. Eman crouched beside Nina. "Do you trust me?" he asked. Nina nodded. "Will it hurt?" "No. But the goats might act strange." "Don't be afraid." She looked at the goats. "One of them already talks to me." Eman paused. "Which one?" "The little brown one. He says he remembers drowning." Every elder stiffened. Omudu dropped the clay pot. She must step out. Now. But it was too late. The goats began to scream. All 3 reared up, ropes straining. The white one fell to its knees and convulsed. The black one kicked over its stake. And the brown goat turned to Nina, eyes wide. And it spoke. "You are the vessel." Everyone gasped. The goat dropped dead. Nina screamed, and her eyes turned pitch black for a heartbeat before blinking back to normal. She fell unconscious. The villagers watching from the grove's edge scattered in fear. Someone dropped a torch, which sparked a small flame in the grass before it was stamped out. Asha ran to her child. "Nina. My baby." Eman checked her breathing. "She's alive. Just fainted." Eman clutched her chest, breathing hard. "He's in her. It's him. He found a body." Elder Omudu knelt beside the goat's corpse. He whispered a prayer. "We have little time." The people of Duma had always known the rhythms of the river Okoala. When to plant. When to fish. When to dance and offer thanks beneath the moonlight. But now, the river did not listen. It rose, when it should not have. It swelled at night, slithering past its banks like a silent beast. Not loud, not rushing, but creeping, inch by inch. Quiet. Patient. Like something watching. Like something waiting. The drums of the river festival had long gone silent. Children slept in hammocks, and mothers rested with wooden fans on their laps. But Eman could not sleep. She stood near the river's edge with her lantern, eyes narrowed. Water licked the edge of the shrine steps. "This is wrong," she whispered. She dipped a long stick into the water and brought it out. Thick. Slimy. Almost oily. A voice behind her made her jump. "The water remembers what we try to forget." It was Elder Omudu, wrapped in his evening cloak. "You feel it too?" she asked. He nodded. "This river is no longer the one our ancestors danced beside." Eman turned to him. "We must go to the mermaids again. Tonight." "No," she said. "At dawn. But we must go armed, not with weapons, but with truth. This time, they must speak without riddles." Na'ima's hair had begun to fall out in strands. Her skin glowed too perfectly in the dark, like it was lit from within. She hadn't slept for 3 days. Not truly. And tonight, she saw him again. In her dream. Only it no longer felt like a dream. Aragu. The serpent god. He appeared now not as a man, but as a twisting length of scaled shadow in her chamber. His voice was silk. Dangerous silk. "You are breaking, little vessel," he whispered. "Your cracks grow wider." Na'ima wept into her bedding. "Please, please let me go. You called me. You bathed in my gift. Now, you will carry me." And when the moon cries blood, I will be born. She reached for the charmed necklace he had given her, buried under her bed. But it burned her hand. The sigil now glowed green. And the serpent vanished with a hiss. All of Duma awoke to find the wells filled with dark river water, not clear spring water. The village drum beater beat a frantic call. Boom. 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 People gathered quickly, eyes wide with worry. The water tastes bitter, cried an old woman. The river took my fishing basket, yelled a boy. I left it on dry land. Something is wrong, murmured a hunter. Even the trees leaned toward the river. Eman stepped onto the speaking stone. We must speak the truth, she called. The festival must be delayed. The river is not safe. But a voice rang out against her. Naima. Her eyes sunken, her robe too clean, too white. The festival must go on. The prince must choose his bride. Gasps. You speak of joy when our water is cursed. Omudu demanded. Who are you to question the ways of the gods? Naima asked, her voice almost echoing. I am the healer, Eman said firmly. And I will speak to the river spirits again. Whether you stand with me or not. Naima's lips curled into a small smile. Then go. But the tide will return. And it will not wait for you. Eman stood alone by the water's edge before dawn. She held no torch, no offering, only a bowl of ashes from the dead goat. River sisters, she called softly, I come not to beg, but to ask. If you want me to stop what is coming, you must tell me all. The water shimmered. A song rose, not from her ears, but from inside her bones. 3 mermaids rose from the surface. Their faces pale and wet, eyes rimmed with silver. Eman, the middle one said. You walk a path of blood and broken time. The vessel has cracked, said the one on the left. The god will pour out, said the one on the right. But you can still stop it, said all 3 in unison. How? The charm must be broken at the river's root. Deep where breath dies. And Naima. Eman whispered. She will not survive the breaking. She was never meant to. Eman clenched her fists. There must be another way. The mermaids began to sink, their hair floating like seagrass. The river does not give choices. It gives currents. Swim with it, or drown. The sun refused to rise properly the next day. It struggled behind thick gray clouds that swirled above Duma like smoke from a dying fire. The trees near the river were wilting. Birds flew low, as though confused. Something in the air had changed. Something in the earth had shifted. But most of all, something deep in the river was waking. In the far corner of the village, under the shadow of the twin Aragu trees, there lived a woman everyone feared, but no one could ignore. Her name was Umoya, the first priestess. Her face was like cracked bark, lined with age, but her eyes were fire, sharp, bright, and ancient. Eman entered the hut, heart pounding. You bring the scent of river rot, Umoya said without turning. I bring a question. No, Umoya croaked, you bring a choice. The old woman faced her now. Her gray eyes flickered like candlelight. Do you wish to go into the water? Eman nodded. Do you wish to live? She hesitated, then said. Not if it means losing the village. Umoya grinned, showing worn teeth. Good answer. The priestess limped to the back of her hut and returned with an object wrapped in red and black cloth. She unwrapped it. Inside was a small gourd, carved with snake scales and filled with ashes. This is Ojiu, the eye of the leaf, she said. It will not burn in fire. It will burn in water. Use it to destroy the charm Naima carries. Eman took it with trembling hands. How do I find the river's root? Umoya leaned closer, her voice now a whisper. Let the mermaids guide you. But beware, they do not always agree. Prince Jolly was restless. He had not slept in days. His dreams were no longer dreams, but echoes. He would see Naima, glowing like a moon. She would smile at him. Then her smile would twist into a serpent's grin. "She lies beside me in my dreams," he whispered to his guard. "But I wake up cold. Always cold." The prince dismissed his servants and left his chambers quietly. He walked to the shrine of his late mother, Queen Morowa. He knelt before her stone figure. "Mother," he whispered, "you told me love should feel warm, like sun on the back. But what I feel now is frost in my belly. Is this love, or a curse?" The statue did not answer. But the wind outside howled through the leaves like a hiss. Naima sat in her hut, staring at her hands. They had become too smooth. Her veins glowed faintly green under her skin. Her nails were long and hard, almost like claws. She did not feel hunger. Nor thirst. Only emptiness. And a deep, humming voice inside her chest. Aragu. He was now speaking even in her waking moments. "The moon will cry soon," he said through her lips. "And I will rise." She looked at her reflection in the water bowl. Her eyes were not hers anymore. They were narrow, slitted, and gold. Suddenly, her body jerked. She gasped, something moved under her skin. Like a snake turning in a sack. Naima screamed. That evening, Eman gathered a small group of trusted villagers in the old yam barn. Present were Elder Omudu, Yamoya, Prince Jolly, in disguise, Tari, the hunter who lost his brother to the river. "We must act before the next full moon," Eman told them. "The charm is too strong. And Naima is no longer herself." Omudu shook his head slowly. "If we strike at her, the people may turn against us. They see her as chosen. They see only beauty," Yamoya spat. "Not the rot inside." Prince Jolly stepped forward. "I have seen it too. In my dreams. She does not sleep beside me. A serpent does." They all looked at him. "You believe us?" Eman asked. "I do," he said. "And I will go with you. Into the water. If we must dive into death, I will not let you go alone." Yamoya reached into her robe and pulled out 2 more gourds. "One for the girl. One for the prince. When the time comes, break them over the charm. But you must do it where the river was first born." Eman's voice shook. "And where is that?" Yamoya's eyes turned skyward. "Where light cannot reach. Beneath the stone gate. Past the bones. Through the mouth of the drowned god." A cold wind blew into the barn. No one spoke. The night before the next full moon arrived, Prince Jolly found himself standing in front of Naima's hut. He wore no crown, no gold robe, just a simple wrapper tied across his waist and a deep frown carved across his brow. He had come alone. The moon, half-born, hung heavy in the sky like an eye watching from above. He knocked once. No answer. He knocked again. Still silence. He pushed the door open. Inside, Naima stood with her back to him, brushing her hair. But the hair was no longer the rich black of before, it shimmered with strands of silver, like river thread under moonlight. "I wondered when you'd come," she said, not turning. "I needed to see you," Jolly said quietly. "Away from the drums. Away from the festival. Just us." She turned slowly. Her face was as beautiful as ever, too beautiful. Like a sculpture polished beyond nature. "Then look," she said, spreading her arms. "Look at me, my prince. Do I not shine brighter than any star?" He stepped closer. But as he neared, a chill wrapped around his skin. The air felt wrong. Like standing too close to a cold fire. "You don't smell like yourself anymore," he whispered. "You smell like wet stone and snake musk." Naima's face twitched. "You speak strange things tonight, Jolly." "Do I?" he asked. "Or do I finally see the truth?" She laughed. But it was not a laugh of joy, it was hollow. Empty. And when she opened her mouth, he saw the tips of her tongue were forked. Just a little. But enough. "What are you?" he asked, voice trembling now. "Are you still Naima?" She looked at him long and hard. Then sat on the mat, crossing her legs, and said softly, "I am what they made me." "Who?" "The river. The curse. The god that sleeps in the belly of water." She paused. Then added, "And the shame I carried from the day I was born." For the first time, Naima told her truth. Not in riddles. Not in spells. Just her voice. Low. Raw. "They laughed at my birthmark, Jolly. Called it the Eye of Aragu. I didn't even know what that meant. The girls spat at my feet. The boys wouldn't touch my shadow. I only wanted to be seen. To be chosen. Just once. So I went to the river. And the river answered." Jolly knelt before her now, his heart thundering in his chest. "You made a pact." "I gave him my sleep," she whispered. "He gave me your heart. And your womb. Gone. Your soul." She looked away. "Half of it. For now." The prince's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Naima, you didn't need to do this. You were already enough." She snapped her head back toward him, eyes glowing. "I was never enough," she cried. "Not for them. Not for the village. Not even for myself." The room trembled slightly. A ripple moved across the calabash on the floor, as though something under the ground had shifted. Jolly stood. "I came tonight with fire in my hand," he admitted. "I came to break the charm you wear. To destroy the hold you have on me." Naima's voice dropped. "Do you still have it?" He reached into his cloth and pulled out the small gourd Umoya had given him. Naima did not flinch. "Then do it," she said. "End this. End me." But Jolly didn't move. "No," he said at last. "I don't want to destroy you, Naima. I want to free you." He stepped forward slowly, pressed the gourd into her hand. "You must do it. You must be the one to choose." For the first time in weeks, Naima's eyes filled with tears. Her hands shook. She looked down at the gourd. "If I break this, Aragu will come for me. Then we will face him together." The candle in the hut flickered. For a moment, she almost dropped it. Almost. But then, she lowered the gourd. "Not yet," she said. "We must go where the river was born. Only there will the charm truly break." Jolly nodded. "Then tomorrow night. At the stone gate." She rose to her feet. "Tell Eman. Tell the others." "Will you come willingly?" he asked. She held his gaze. "I will walk to my death, if it means I can sleep again. Just once. A full night." But as they stepped outside, they were not alone. Two eyes, glowing green like swamp light, blinked from the shadows. Tari the hunter, who had followed Jolly to the hut. And he had not come with questions. He had come with a spear. "You witch," he spat. "You'll trick him like you tricked the rest. My brother is dead because of the river. I'll end this now." He lunged. But before his spear could strike, Naima raised her hand. And the shadows bent toward her. Vines twisted up from the ground, coiling around Tari's legs, dragging him back. He screamed. The vines hissed and released him, but not before leaving scars, glowing with green light. He scrambled away, gasping. Naima turned to Jolly, eyes wide in horror. "He's inside me now," she whispered. "Stronger than ever. We don't have much time." The sun had not yet risen, but the village of Duma was already awake. Women whispered near cooking fires. Children clung to their mothers. The elders sat beneath the baobab tree, their eyes turned toward the east, where the hills rose like giants guarding the land. Something was coming. Something old. And 4 figures had been chosen to walk into its mouth. Eman stood in the clearing outside the village wall, wrapping a thin blue cloth around her waist. Her healer's pouch hung from her shoulder, heavy with charms, herbs, and river stones. Beside her stood Jolly, silent and tense, with his hand on the hilt of his father's dagger. Behind them, 2 others approached. Naima, her face calm but pale, her steps too light, as if she floated more than walked. Tari, the hunter, covered in healing leaves. His face was filled with bitterness, but his eyes burned with purpose. He had insisted on coming. "She will not trick us again," he said. "Not when I am watching." Jolly did not argue. "Then walk beside her," he replied. "But know this, if you raise your spear without reason, I will raise mine against you." Tari nodded, though his lips curled. "Then let the gods judge." Their journey took them through the forest of Udanu, also called the forest that swallowed sound. The trees were ancient and tall, their branches knotted with gray moss. No birds sang. No wind stirred the leaves. Only silence. Even their footsteps made no sound. "I hate this place," Tari muttered, his voice barely more than breath. "Good," Naima whispered back. "That means it is listening." Jolly touched the small charm that hung around his neck, an old bone carved with the eye of Aragu, a spirit said to guard travelers. Eman walked beside Naima, watching her from the corner of her eye. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly. "What?" "Carrying him." Naima hesitated. Then nodded. "Like carrying a fever that never breaks. Like someone always whispering into your ear while you sleep. And yet, you still walk forward. Because backward is no longer a path," Naima said. They walked on. After many hours, they reached the stone gate. It stood where the land cracked open, 2 cliffs with a river running between them. The water was not wide, but deep, and it flowed with a sound like breathing. And there, hidden beneath a curtain of vines, was an old door, carved with symbols none of them could read. "The mouth of the god," Naima said quietly. "Once, it was sealed with stone. But now..." She raised her hand. The vines curled away. And the door creaked open. The tunnel was narrow, and the air was heavy. The walls sweated. Strange fish swam in shallow pools beside their feet, and glowing mushrooms lit the path in blue and green. Eman walked near the back now, her eyes searching every corner. "Are we still in the land of the living?" she asked. "We are in between," Naima replied. "Neither sky nor earth. Neither dream nor death. And Aragu. He sleeps at the root. But he hears our steps." As if on cue, the water beside them rippled. A long shadow passed beneath the surface. "He's watching," Tari growled. "Let him watch," Jolly replied. "We came to end him." At last, they reached a wide cavern. In the center stood a shrine, made of bones and river stones. Around it, hanging from hooks in the ceiling, were dozens of human skins, dried and folded like clothing. Eman gasped. These were the missing girls. Naima's face twisted in pain. "He wears them. Each time a maiden comes to him, he feeds on her soul and keeps her skin." Jolly stepped forward. "Then tonight, we destroy the shrine." "You must not touch it," Naima shouted suddenly. "He will awaken if you strike it without the right words." Eman stepped beside her. "Then teach us. Tell us the right." Naima nodded. "But once I say the words, the god will know we are here. And he will rise." Naima knelt before the shrine. She took a handful of salt from Eman's pouch. A string of red beads from her own hair. A drop of blood from her thumb. And then she began to chant. "Aragu of the deep, serpent of songs. Your name is called by the one who bears your mark. Rise, old river breath, rise. Come and see the vessel. Come and see your bride." The cave trembled. Water rose from the pools. And a low, deep hiss filled the air. From the water, a shape emerged. Long. Coiling. Scales black as midnight, eyes green like swamp fire. Aragu. But this was no snake of the earth, this was a god, tall as a palm tree, thick as a tree trunk, crowned with horns made of coral and bone. He looked at Neema. You called me, my vessel. She stood tall. I came to break you. His laughter echoed like thunder beneath the ground. Then I shall wear your skin first. He surged forward. But before he could reach her, Jolly threw the charm at the shrine. And it shattered. Aragu screamed. The air burned. The water boiled. The ground split. And then, everything went black. The air shattered. The sound was not like thunder. It was deeper, older, as if the earth itself was weeping. Water poured from the cracks in the walls. Fireflies burst into ash. The stone beneath their feet buckled and hissed. And in the center of the cavern, Aragu, the serpent god, uncoiled his massive body. Who dares, he roared, his voice 1,000 hissing tongues. His green eyes glowed, swirling like whirlpools. He was beautiful. He was monstrous. He was everything Neema had both feared and longed for. Neema stood her ground, even as her knees trembled. It was I, she said, her voice clear. Neema of Duma. The one you marked. The one you claimed. Aragu reared his head, the cavern shaking with each movement of his massive coils. You called me with the words of my name, and now you would betray me. I did what you asked, Neema whispered. I gave you my womb. I gave you my sleep. But you lied. You never meant to give me the prince's love. You meant to use me. The god's laugh rumbled through the chamber. Did you think love would grow from a charm, little seed? Foolish girl. What I gave was power, not love. Then take it back, she said. And leave our land. Aragu lunged. But Jolly was faster. With a sharp cry, he hurled a pouch of Oshrut powder into the god's face. The smoke flared white-hot, blinding the serpent for a moment. Go. Jolly shouted. Neema, Eman, run. Tari raised his spear and charged with a warrior's roar, slicing across Aragu's underbelly. The blade sparked but did not pierce deep. Aragu bellowed, his tail whipping across the floor, striking Tari hard. The hunter flew against a wall and crumpled. Tari! Eman cried. She rushed to him, checking for breath. Alive. Barely. Neema stood frozen, staring at the god who once whispered into her dreams. You promised me everything, she said. And now I will take everything, Aragu growled. Suddenly, a sound like no other echoed through the cavern. A song, high and sweet. Sad and deep. Not from the earth, but from the water. From behind the shrine ruins, a shimmer rose, 3 river mermaids, their hair of braided moss, their skin like smooth stones, their eyes glowing silver. They sang not with voices but with hearts. And Aragu hissed in fury. You dare show yourselves here? The mermaids sang louder, swirling around the god in a circle of blue light. Water spun in the air like threads. Their bodies bent and danced like wind on reeds. Eman gasped. They're weaving a net. A net of song, Neema whispered. Jolly stepped beside her. What do we do? We hold him until the song is complete. Aragu thrashed. His tail smashed the stone pillars. His scales glowed red. Still, the mermaids sang. Neema stepped forward and held up the charm Aragu gave her, a piece of black stone bound in silver wire. You want this, don't you? It is mine. Aragu bellowed. Then come take it. She threw the charm into the deepest pool at the cave's edge. Aragu dove after it. But too late. The net of song fell. The mermaids twisted their arms. The water became a cage of music and memory. It wrapped around the serpent, binding him with silver strands. He screamed. His body writhed. His form began to flicker, beast to shadow, shadow to smoke, smoke to bone. No, he roared. I am eternal. I am. And then he was gone. The cave fell still. Only the soft sound of dripping water remained. The mermaids turned to Eman. One stepped forward, the one with blue shells in her hair. He cannot die, she said softly. But now he is caged, within the river's root. Will he rise again? Eman asked, clutching her side. Only if a vessel calls him. Eman lowered her eyes. Then I will not live. The mermaids nodded. You carry his breath. His fire. His hunger. Eman's eyes filled with tears. Then let me sleep in the deep. Keep me where he sleeps. Let no other carry what I carry. Eman stepped forward. No, Eman. You are more than his vessel. And yet, Eman said, I am not free. The mermaids raised their hands. The water rose like a cradle. Eman turned to Jolly, then to Eman. Tell the prince I never wanted his love. I only wanted to be seen. You were, Eman whispered. We all see you now. Eman smiled. Then the water closed over her head. And she was gone. The cave had grown silent. Not the stillness of peace, but the kind of silence that comes after a storm, when even the birds forget how to sing. The glowing moss had gone out. The sacred pool where Eman vanished was calm, dark, endless. Eman stood there for a long time, the hem of her wrapper soaked, her eyes wet not just with water. Tari leaned against the wall, wounded but alive. Jolly crouched beside him, his hand pressed against a torn cloth soaked in blood. The mermaids were gone. And so was Eman. The climb back through the cavern was slow and painful. They moved like ghosts, helping one another as they passed the ruined shrines and fallen stones. The air was damp and cold. Eman led the way with the last of their red torches. We should burn the shrine, she said softly, her voice tight. No, Jolly murmured. Let it crumble. Let no one find it again. They passed the place where Tari had fallen. His spear still lay on the ground, snapped in two. He picked it up without a word. The river's path had narrowed. They followed it, upward and upward, toward the crack of sky that waited far above. It took them hours. They came out under the pale morning light, their faces streaked with ash, their clothes torn. The jungle greeted them with soft rustling trees and birds that had begun to sing again. By the time they reached the village of Duma, the people had already begun to whisper. They have returned. 3 entered the river, only 2 came back. Where is the weaver's daughter? Where is Eman? Children ran through the mud streets. Elders rose from their mats. The king's messengers rushed to gather word. And soon, the prince himself appeared. Prince Oken stood at the gates of the village square. He looked tired. His fine robes were stained with river dust. His hair, once tied with golden cord, now hung loose. His eyes searched Eman's face. Where is she? He asked. Where is Eman? Eman felt her breath catch. Jolly looked at her, then looked away. Tari, limping and quiet, stepped back. She is gone, Eman said gently. The prince frowned. Gone where? She gave herself to the river, she said. To end the curse. To bind the god Aragu forever. The prince stepped back. The curse was real. Yes, Jolly said. And she was both its victim and its answer. Prince Oken turned his head to the side, biting his lip. She enchanted me, he said slowly. But I think I still loved her. Eman stepped forward. Then honor her memory. Let the next festival of moonlit tides be not for choosing brides, but for remembering those we lost. The prince nodded. He turned and faced the crowd. Hear me, people of Duma. Eman, daughter of the weaver, saved us all. From this day forward, she will be called Eman the Brave. Let no child be shamed for a mark they carry. Let no maiden walk to the river in fear. That night, they built a small fire by the edge of Okoala. Eman laid down Na'ima's cloth belt, woven with the red and black patterns of her family. Tari placed his broken spear beside it. Jolly scattered river salt over the flames. The fire hissed, flared, and crackled. She wanted to be seen, Eman whispered. She is, Jolly said. By the sky. By the water. By us. They sat in silence, letting the river wind kiss their faces. And far away, beneath the deepest pool, the god Aragu lay bound. But sometimes, if you listened carefully, you could still hear a whisper ripple through the reeds. The vessel still breathes. Night had returned to Duma. A moon, pale and uncertain, peeked from behind clouds. Crickets sang low songs in the grass. The fire near the river had died. But Eman could not sleep. She tossed on her mat, her heart still aching with Na'ima's name. Her sister's scarf, the one left behind seasons ago, was clutched in her hands. The vessel still breathes. The whisper slithered into her ears again, not from the wind, but from inside her dream. She saw water. A dark pool, with Na'ima standing in it. But she was changed. Her skin glowed, moonlit and silver. Her eyes were wide, glowing green like fish scales. Her hair floated upward like seaweed. Her mouth opened, but instead of words, only bubbles came. Eman tried to scream. But when she awoke, there was no sound. Only sweat. Only silence. Only her sister's scarf, now soaking wet. The next morning, Eman sat by the fire outside her home, trying to calm her thoughts. Children played with sticks. Mothers roasted plantains. The village moved on. But Eman could not. Jolly came with a basket of herbs. You didn't sleep, he said gently. Eman nodded. I dreamed of Na'ima. I thought you might. I did too. She looked up. What did you see? Jolly's eyes darkened. A door. Deep under the water. It opened. Something breathed through it. They sat in silence. Birds chirped in the distance. Tari limped over with his walking stick. My wound won't close, he muttered. It's as if the river marked me. Eman took his arm and inspected the red wound. It had small white ridges like the scales of a snake. It's spreading, she whispered. Eman asked Tari to describe everything from the cave again. You saw him, she said. Aragu. The serpent god. Only his shadow, Tari said, shivering. But when he spoke, it was in many tongues. Like 10 people speaking at once. The air grew heavy. My chest froze. Jolly leaned in. You know what this means? Eman nodded slowly. The curse was not broken. Na'ima died to end it. Tari growled. What more did the river want? Eman stood up. A vessel is only broken when the spirit leaves it. If Na'ima's soul is still caught, the gate is still open. Tari looked horrified. You think she's still down there? Not her body, Eman whispered. But her spirit. Maybe even her voice. In the days that followed, the river changed. Fish floated belly up. The water tasted like metal. Boats capsized for no reason. Even strong swimmers were pulled under by invisible currents. And then the children began to hear singing at night. Low songs, like whispers bubbling up through mud. They didn't sound like mermaids. They didn't sound human either. One little girl said she saw a hand rise from the river, pale and slender, wearing a bracelet made of weaver's thread. Eman met with the village elders. They sat under the Aragu tree, chewing kola nuts, their faces full of lines and fear. Elder Kume, the oldest, spoke. These signs, they are not new. I saw them once before. Many years ago. Before my hair turned white. What happened then? Eman asked. A girl disappeared into the river. Like Na'ima. Her name was Ayanda. The river grew angry. Dreams began. The dead sang. We sealed the tunnels and prayed. Did it work? Cume closed his eyes. Only for a while. Eman stood, trembling. I must return to the cave. No, Cume said. You barely escaped last time. If we do nothing, she replied, Na'ima's death will mean nothing. I have to find out what still lives beneath. That night, a traveler came to Duma. An old woman wrapped in white and blue, with cowries woven in her hair. She called herself Maya of Ifra, and she walked barefoot from the delta. The river called me, she said. Your waters cry out. She sat beside Eman and placed her hand over Eman's heart. You have seen the vessel, she said. But you have not yet seen the throne. Eman frowned. The throne. Maya nodded. Aragu is not just a god. He is a king of the drowned. And kings always return. Eman, Jolly, Tari, and Maya began to prepare. They gathered herbs for protection, bitters and sage. Maya gave them charms made from turtle bones and river reeds. This time, she said, we go not to end Na'ima's life, but to free her soul. Eman touched the scarf again. Her sister's voice echoed in her heart. Don't let the river keep me. The wind had changed. It no longer whistled like before. It groaned, dragging itself across the village like an injured beast. Smoke from the cooking fires refused to rise, curling downward instead. The animals grew quiet. Even the frogs, who usually sang all night by the river, were silent. Eman stood at the edge of the bank, her feet half buried in the silt, looking at the water that had once brought life, and now brought only dread. Behind her stood Jolly, clutching a calabash of sacred oil, his jaw tight with fear. Tari leaned on his staff, a white cloth tied around his arm for protection. And beside Eman stood Maya of Ifra, the river priestess, her eyes shut, humming a deep, humming song that the wind did not interrupt. Maya sprinkled powdered bark into the river. This is not a journey of revenge, she said softly. It is a walk into a god's memory. We are not welcome. Eman swallowed. How will we find the throne? The river will show us. It remembers everything that's ever been taken. She placed a white feather behind Eman's ear. Do not speak unless spoken to by the water. And if Aragu appears? Jolly asked. Maya's voice dropped. Don't meet his eyes. And do not answer his questions. He feeds on words. They moved in silence through the reeds until they came to the old termite mound, now just a broken, muddy husk. The entrance to the tunnel they had once sealed was open again. But something was different. Water flowed upward from the hole. Not rushing, creeping. It coiled like steam, curling and slipping back into the earth like a living thing. Tari cursed under his breath. This is wrong. Rivers don't behave like this. This isn't river water, Maya said. This is memory water. The past is rising. They tied vines around their waists. Maya handed each of them a stone, smooth and etched with old writing. As long as you hold this, she said, your spirit will not drift. The tunnel was narrower than before. The air was cold, and thick like honey. Every sound was muffled. Their footsteps echoed not forward, but backward, as if time was moving the wrong way. Jolly carried a red-tinted lantern. Its glow barely pushed against the dark. I see something, Eman whispered. There, on the wall. She moved closer. There were drawings, faint, but still wet, as if painted moments ago. Children by the river. A woman with long braids and a weaver's loom. A serpent with horns, wrapped around a throne of bones. This is Na'ima's life, she whispered. And her death. Suddenly the tunnel widened, and the sound of dripping filled the air. Maya raised a hand. We are close. They entered a vast chamber. It was too large to be natural. Its walls pulsed like lungs, veins of glowing green liquid running through the mud. In the center stood a throne, carved of coral and bones, with river pearls embedded in the arms. Around it, broken masks, cracked bracelets, and burnt offerings littered the floor. And on the throne sat Naima. She was barefoot. Her skin shimmered like fish scales. Her eyes were open, but empty, glassy and colorless. Her fingers moved slowly, weaving something out of water. Naima. Eman stepped forward. Is that you? The figure blinked. Her lips moved. Water poured out. My name is no longer mine, she whispered. It belongs to him. Jolly stepped back. That's not Naima anymore. But Eman stood her ground. She's still inside. I can feel it. Naima's body twitched. Sister, you shouldn't have come. The walls shook. A low hiss filled the chamber. From behind the throne, the shadows twisted and began to form. He slithered out like smoke, folding and unfolding as he came. A serpent's face, but with human eyes. His body long and endless, made of water and bones. His voice, 10 voices, spoke from every direction. You came, again. We came for her, Eman said. Let her go. Aragu circled the chamber, his scales cutting grooves into the floor. She came willingly. She asked for love. I gave it. I gave her power. Beauty. A throne. She is my queen now. She was a child in pain, Maya snapped. You preyed on her shame. Aragu's eyes glowed. So you will challenge me? You, with your herbs and your mortal blood. No, Eman said quietly. Not challenge. But trade. Everyone turned to her. Trade what? Aragu asked. Eman reached into her satchel and pulled out a small, sharp blade carved from obsidian. Me. For her. Maya screamed. No. You cannot offer yourself. But Eman stepped forward. If you take me, release her. Naima looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, no. Aragu hissed, circling Eman slowly. You would give yourself freely. A healer. A seer. Yes. He sniffed her hair. And if I say no? Eman's voice turned cold. Then I will unbind your throne. She raised her blade and struck the stone beneath her foot. The chamber groaned. The river roared from above. Aragu bared his fangs. So be it. Let us see if your soul sings sweeter than hers. The river had no beginning here. No end. Just a pulsing core of memory that surrounded Eman like a second skin. The moment Aragu hissed his acceptance of the bargain, the chamber cracked apart, and the ground gave way beneath her. She was falling. But not through air. She was falling through water, and through time. She spun. Spun like a leaf in a whirlpool. Sounds whispered around her, some familiar, some not. A baby's cry. The laughter of her late grandmother. Her sister's scream. Then, silence. Then, him. Aragu rose beside her like a current come alive. No longer a serpent with horns, but a man with silver skin and eyes like bottomless pits. His hair was coiled like snakes, moving on their own, and when he spoke, the water shivered. We are beneath memory now, he said. There is no up. No down. Only the truth. Eman clenched her fists, but her fingers floated weightless. Then show me. Aragu circled her. Why do you give yourself for her? For Naima. She was jealous of you. She was hurting. She would have let you drown. But I didn't. Aragu's eyes narrowed. Then perhaps you are fit. Suddenly, the water cleared, and images filled the space around them like drifting lanterns. She saw her mother, young, beautiful, walking alone by the river with a clay pot on her head. She saw an old woman place a carved stone in her baby blanket. She saw a child, herself, crying at the edge of a flooded stream, as water seemed to whisper her name. Eman gasped. What is this? Your truth, Aragu whispered. You were never meant to be a healer. She turned sharply. What are you saying? He pointed to the stone she carried, the one Maya had told her would protect her. That stone is not protection. It is a key. And you are not an enemy to me. Lies, she hissed. Then look deeper. More images swirled around her now. A girl, dark-skinned with long braids, dancing with the river mermaids. A marriage between a mortal and a river god. A child, half human, half mystic, left in the care of a village healer. Your grandmother, Aragu said, stole you from the river. Eman felt the water tremble. No. She took you from the arms of your true mother. She feared what you would become. So she hid your name, sealed your power, and told you that you were only a healer. Eman clutched her chest. I was never told. Because they feared what you would bring. He reached out and touched her brow. You, Eman, are a child of Okoala. You do not belong to the land. You are the river's lost daughter. The water grew still. Around her floated two visions. One of Naima, her body collapsing, her soul crumbling like sand, drifting toward a throne she did not choose. Another of herself, Eman, with glowing blue eyes, seated not as a prisoner, but as a keeper of the river's memories. Aragu spoke again. Let her go. Let her live her small life, and take the throne. You were meant to guide the river, not resist it. I will not bind you. I will make you my queen, not my slave. Eman's heartbeat echoed in the water. It sounded like war drums. She closed her eyes. And whispered a single name. Ao. The water cracked like thunder. Aragu reeled back. What did you say? Ao was my mother's name. The one the river forgot. No. You may hold Naima's body, but you will never hold my soul. The glowing stone she carried burst in her hand. Light raced through the water, pouring into every memory, every vein of the chamber. Aragu screamed, a high, keening sound, and began to unravel like fabric in fire. Eman reached out. Naima. Wake up. Somewhere far away, Naima's head jerked up. I can't, he's in me. Fight him. I'm tired. Naima, listen, this isn't your end. The river screamed. Aragu howled. And the water began to spin, spiraling into a vortex, pulling everything in. Eman screamed as her body was lifted. Not down. Not up. But out. She gasped, and sat up, covered in mud and moss. They were back on the riverbank. Tari was coughing. Jolly was weeping. Maya fell to her knees. And Naima was beside her, pale and weak, but breathing. Eman looked down at her hands. The glowing lines were gone. The river was still. But in the reeds, something hissed. And a whisper rose on the wind. The vessel still breathes. The dawn after the storm did not sing. No birds. No drums. Only the slow drip of dew from leaf to earth, and the moaning of wind through the Okoala trees. Naima lay on a woven mat beneath the healer's hut. Her breathing was shallow, and her skin bore strange silver markings that pulsed like the tide. Though Aragu had been driven back, something still stirred within her. And Eman knew they were not done yet. Maya, the old storyteller, sat cross-legged beside Naima, grinding herbs and murmuring to herself. Silver veins, always silver after serpent dreams. Eman entered the hut carrying a small calabash gourd filled with morning river water. Still no change. Maya shook her head. She's trapped between this world and the other. Like a fish caught in two nets. Can we free her? The old woman paused, her hands stilling over the herbs. Perhaps. But it will require a binding, a sealing. A sealing. Yes, child. Just as our grandmothers sealed Aragu once before your time, before mine. Eman sat beside her. How? Maya looked at her with sharp, wet eyes. We'll need the whispering gourd. No one in Duma had touched the whispering gourd for over 70 years. It was kept beneath the council hall, wrapped in raffia and red cloth, sealed in cowrie shells and oil-soaked vines. It was said to contain the voices of every ancestor who had once stood at the river's edge and demanded peace. They whispered only when awakened by a true child of the water. Eman now understood that meant her. Later that morning, Eman stood before the village elders. 5 men. 2 women. All old as bone and sunburned wood. They looked at her with suspicion. "You say you carry the blood of the river," one grunted. "Yet your grandmother claimed you were orphaned." "She did what she thought was right," Eman replied calmly. "But the river knows my name now." One of the women, Elder Naya, squinted. "And you want the Whispering Gourd?" "To seal Aragu. And save Neema." The eldest of the men, a white-bearded chief named Bako, rose slowly. "We sealed Aragu once. But the seal was broken by pride. Now, you wish us to risk awakening every old curse for a girl touched by serpent magic." Neema did not know what she was doing. She was desperate to be seen. "We let her suffer. And now you want mercy?" Bako snapped. Eman stepped forward. "Yes. Not just for her. But for us. Because if we don't act, Aragu will return through her body. And next time, he won't whisper. He'll roar." The room fell quiet. Finally, Elder Naya spoke. "Bring the girl to the circle. And the gourd. If you are riverborn, it will open for you. If not, the spirits will decide." That night, under the twisted fig tree near the village's center, Eman knelt in a ring of chalk and charcoal. Neema lay behind her, wrapped in blue cloth, the silver marks on her arms glowing faintly. The Whispering Gourd sat before Eman. It was small, no larger than a palm, but its weight felt enormous. Maya's voice rang out. "Child of water. Speak your name." Eman whispered. "I am Eman. Daughter of Ao. Grandchild of the river." The gourd trembled. Then, crack, a seam opened. From within rose a ghostly blue mist. Voices filled the air. So many voices. Children. Warriors. Mothers. Priests. "Who calls the river?" the voices asked. Eman's voice quivered, but remained steady. "I call you to seal the gate. To bind the god who seeks to return through Neema. She is tainted," the spirits said. "You would spare her?" "Yes. Even if it means binding yourself in her place." The crowd gasped. Maya stepped forward. "Eman, wait." "Yes," Eman whispered. "I accept." The mist surrounded her. Spirits swirled, touching her face, her arms, her chest. One spirit, her mother, Ao, appeared before her. "My child, you are brave. But are you ready?" Eman stared into her mother's translucent eyes. "Yes." Ao smiled sadly. "Then be the gourd. Hold what must not escape." And with a sound like drums beneath water, the mist rushed into Eman's chest. She gasped, and glowed. Neema jolted awake. Screamed. The silver marks on her arms burned away. And the crowd saw a faint serpent shape rise from her mouth, hissing. It lunged at Eman, but struck an invisible barrier of blue light. Sealed. Eman had become the vessel of the seal. As the sun crept above the trees, Eman collapsed. But she was breathing. And the gourd, now empty, sat beside her. Neema, shaking, crawled to her knees. "What have you done?" Maya whispered. "She has saved you. And all of us." Neema looked down at her trembling hands. And for the first time in years, they were her own. The village of Duma should have celebrated. The storm had passed. The cursed maiden had been freed. The river god was sealed once again. But fear is a stubborn weed. And even in calm waters, it spreads. By midday, the market buzzed, not with laughter, but with nervous murmurs. She glowed like a spirit. I saw her eyes, they were not human. Didn't she say yes to the serpent once? Maybe she is now its new bride. They meant Eman. She walked through the village square with slow, tired steps. The spirits of the gourd had not left her. She could feel them in her dreams, in her breath, in the gentle stirring of leaves when no wind blew. Mothers pulled their children closer when she passed. Fishermen paused their nets. Only a few nodded respectfully, Maya the storyteller, elder Naya, and young Kosi, the potter's son who once had no voice, now following her like a loyal goat. They fear what they don't understand, Kosi said softly, holding her water jug. Eman sighed. I understand. I would fear me too. But fear breeds danger. And that danger was gathering at the edge of the forest. That night, in a small hidden shrine near the roots of the Aragu tree, 5 villagers gathered in secret. They lit no fire. Only a bowl of white ash. One was Chief Bako. Another was Elder Ade, who had lost a daughter to the river many seasons ago. And beside them stood Orimu, the fisherman whose brother vanished the same night Neema made her pact. Orimu's voice was low, tight with pain. We replaced one vessel with another. And now she walks among us like a living drum, beating with gods we cannot see. Chief Bako nodded. The gourd was sealed for a reason. It is not meant to be held by flesh. Elder Ade leaned in. She is kind. Brave. But she is not safe. The spirits may turn her mind. Or worse, turn her body. Then what do we do? Whispered Orimu. Chief Bako stirred the ash. We return the seal to the earth. You mean, bury her? Silence. No. I mean take her to the old grove. There, the spirits will decide. If she is pure, she will return. If not, she will remain. Elder Ade hesitated. And if she refuses? Chief Bako's eyes narrowed. Then we make her go. The next morning, Maya summoned Eman to her hut. Her face was tight with worry. They have called for a judgment, she said. Who? Eman asked, though in her bones she already knew. The council. They want you to go to the old grove. The place where the first mermaid was turned to stone. The place where the river spirits speak only in riddles and roots. I thought it was a story. Most stories are, Maya said. Until they wake. Eman did not argue. She only asked. Will you come with me? Maya reached out, cupping her face. No. This is your path now, Eman. You must walk it alone. Before she left, Eman went to see Neema. The once cursed maiden was now free of silver veins and whispering shadows. But her eyes still held sorrow. You're leaving? Neema asked. They want me judged. By the grove. Neema looked away. I should be the one going. I brought this on all of us. No, Eman said. Aragu tricked you. You only wanted to be seen. We all do. Neema stepped forward and placed something in her palm, a small beaded bracelet, blue and red. My mother gave it to me before she died. Said it would keep me from drowning. I never believed her. But I think you'll need it more. Eman smiled weakly. Thank you. Come back to us. Please. She traveled alone, barefoot along the winding paths where even hunters feared to walk. The old grove was a sacred place. No birds sang. No wind blew. Just the sound of her breath and the crunch of earth under her feet. At its center stood a stone mermaid, her hands clasped in eternal prayer, her face weeping vines. Around her, the roots of ancient trees wove a circle, alive, pulsing with power. Eman stepped inside. I am here, she said. And the roots closed behind her. The ground trembled. From the trees, voices echoed, old, layered, like wind and water and flame. You are the seal. You are the gourd. You carry what was not meant to be carried. Eman fell to her knees. I do not want power. I only wanted to protect. Yet you hold it still. The serpent sleeps inside you. But he dreams. Then take him. Take it from me. We cannot, the voices said. You chose to carry it. It is now woven into your blood. Eman wept. Then what do I do? And the wind answered. Survive. Grow. Teach. Or fall. But you are no longer just one girl. You are now a river of many voices. Let them guide you. Or drown you. When the sun rose, the roots opened. Eman stood tall. Her eyes were clearer. Her step was steady. She returned to Duma, but not as a girl. As a living gourd. A vessel of ancestors. A new kind of protector. Some cheered. Some knelt. But others turned away, planting new seeds of fear. And far beneath the soil, a ripple moved. Aragu still dreamed. The air in Duma was heavy. Not with storm. Not with heat. But with silence. A kind of silence that watched you, like a predator in the grass, unmoving but alive. Eman had returned from the old grove changed. She smiled when she walked through the village, yes. But her eyes sometimes flickered, like torchlight on water. And sometimes, she paused mid-sentence, tilting her head as if listening to something no one else could hear. And at night, she dreamed. In her dreams, the world was upside down. She walked through a great underwater city. The sky above was not sky, but waves. Buildings floated like bubbles. Serpents danced through arches made of coral and bone. The spirits here were not kind. They whispered and laughed and offered her bowls filled with silver fish whose eyes blinked like human ones. And at the center of the city was Aragu. But not in chains. Not sealed in a gourd. He sat on a throne of black stone. You carry me well, he said. You wear me like a second skin. I want you gone, Eman said, her voice trembling. Ah. But I am not a garment to be folded and put away. I am your inheritance. Your witness. You're wound. Then I'll cut you out. Aragu laughed. Try. But remember this, wounds that bleed are better than wounds that rot. He reached out and touched her forehead. When she awoke, her hut was filled with frogs. Hundreds of them, croaking in harmony, wake, wake, wake. She knew then, Aragu was dreaming louder. Each night he grew stronger in her mind. The seal was holding, but only just. Soon, he would break free, not into the world, but through her. There is no prison, she whispered to Maya. Only sleep. And he is waking. Maya's old hands trembled. Then you must do what even the gods fear, child. What? You must descend. Not into the river. Not into the gourd. But into the deepest part of yourself. The part that no spirit, no curse, no man can reach. What if I don't come back? Maya cupped her face, just as she had the day she left for the old grove. Then let your story return. That night, Eman made a circle of kola nuts, snail shells, and 3 drops of her own blood. She laid down within it, closed her eyes, and whispered the ancient words Maya had taught her. Let my shadow walk where I dare not go. And her soul slipped away. Down, 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 into the dreaming place. Not a river. Not a city. But a void. At its center stood a massive tree, roots stretched across nothingness, its branches dripping stories instead of leaves. And there, wrapped around the roots, was Aragu. He no longer looked like a serpent. He was a boy. A frightened boy. A lonely boy. Why do you hate me? He whispered. Eman knelt. I don't. I pity you. Everyone leaves me. Because you poison everything you touch. I just wanted to be remembered. Then let me carry your name. Not your hunger. And she reached forward, touched his heart, and said the word no god, no demon, no spirit had ever heard. Peace. When Eman opened her eyes, she was still in her hut. But something had changed. The frogs were gone. The gourd on her shelf had cracked, and inside, only silence. No serpent. No voice. Just water. Clear. Still. Free. Outside, the people of Duma gathered. They had felt it. The shift. The release. Chief Bako, Elder Ade, even Orimu, they all bowed as Eman stepped out. "What are you now?" asked Kosi. She smiled. "I am the bridge." Between what? Between fear and forgiveness. And the people, slowly, stepped forward. One by one. To thank her. To weep before her. To learn from her. Many moons passed. Eman did not become queen. Nor priestess. She simply lived. Taught. Listened. She sang to the river, but no longer as a vessel, only as a friend. And children, your children, perhaps, still gather around fires in Duma to hear her tale. They ask, "Is the river god still alive?" And the elders answer, "Perhaps. But if he is dreaming again." And Eman taught us how to keep him sleeping. With truth. With courage. And with stories. Because in the end, stories are the only seals that never break.